Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Brockton Finance Committee. I call it to order. A quorum is present. Please rise and join me in pledging the allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Clerk.
Item number 1, we have the acceptance of the minutes of the September 5th, 2023 Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. And before you go further, I just want to say, Ward 1 Councillor Tom Minicello is delayed, but he's on his way. And I've heard from others that Councillor at Large Moses Rodriguez is unable to join us tonight. Thank you.
Item number 2, we have the appointment of Jack D. Colombo of Brockton, Mass. to the City of Brockton Cultural Council as a member for a 3-year term, September 2026. Invited Jack D. Colombo.
And Mr. Colombo has notified us that he has a conflict and is unable to be here this evening. And so I ask for a motion to postpone this matter to the next FinCom meeting.
Motion to postpone. Second.
Okay, a motion's been made and properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? No one. Thank you. It carries.
Item 3, we have the appointment of Police Officer Joseph Cummings of Bridgewater, Mass. as a special police officer. Invited Joseph Cummings.
Good evening, Mayor Sullivan.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I fully support this endeavor. Mr. Cummings recently retired, Brockton Police, grew up in Ward 3, went to Kennedy School, went to Brockton High School. He is a wonderful asset. He committed a lot when he served and protect our fine city. So I respectfully ask that you support this endeavor tonight. I know Mr. Cummings is here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to approve. Second.
A motion's been made and properly seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. It carries.
Item number 4, ordinance. An ordinance amending Article 3, Division 2, Section 2-127, pay plan to establish pay plan provisions for the positions of DPW Financial Business Manager and Grant Writer. Invited Troy Clarkson, Chief Financial Officer, and Patrick Hill, DPW Commissioner.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Council. DPW Commissioner Pat Hill is here with me. These new positions were discussed by you during your debate on the this year's current budget. The positions were then discussed by the Ordinance Committee. I know that the Finance Committee wanted to revisit them to have a further review and understand, I think, more deeply the funding sources. So the DPW Business Manager is actually a rework of an existing position. So you probably know from many years within the Department of Public Works there was a position called the Contract Manager for Water and Sewer. The incumbent in that position retired. And so Pat and I, working together, are suggesting to rededicate those funds to someone with a broader mission within the department. So someone that would oversee those contracts, but also oversee utility billing, monitor revenue and expenses within the department. And so we propose to slot it within the pay plan that you've established at the same level as the assistant treasurer, the assistant auditor, and the budget director, and those other leadership positions, but at that level. The funding would come from the enterprise funds, much like the contract manager did. So although it's a new position, it is not new dollars to pay for this position. The grant writers are positions that both the mayor and I have spoken to you about many times from this lectern. We believe that these grant writer positions will bring in much more revenue than it costs, but in order to pay for them, as part of the FY24 budget that you approved, there is $300,000 in anticipated administrative reimbursement from existing grants. So it's something that in the past we've not done as much, but we have been so successful, I think, in the last couple of years at bringing grants in, we're confident that we can capture the revenue that's required to support these positions from the existing grants and maybe even new ones that we have. So although they are, all three of them, new positions, we believe that they are revenue neutral and can be paid for within the existing FY24 budget that you've approved.
Kind of a tough act to follow, so.
Motion.
Gentlemen? Councilor D'Agostino.
Just a quick question. This business manager, and I apologize if you had already previously mentioned this, where will they work out of?
He'll work directly out of my office upstairs here at City Hall.
To be here in this building. I guess given some of the other matters that are going to come up tonight, I was a little concerned about having another department with a separate finance person that is not within your office, Mr. Clarkson.
So we've talked a lot about that, and administratively, actually, the person will work under my administrative direction, but will work closely with the Department of Public Works. And we proceeded that way because of feedback that we've received from this body before about finance positions and their relationship to the DPW. So Pat and I will both work very closely with the position, but the direct report will come through my office.
And this person will remain in this building where your office is so that there's close contact, frequent close contact, as
Most
opposed to
definitely.
being, you know, nowhere near here.
For sure. And that's actually a good point, Counselor, because the previous person from the other position that we changed to be able to modernize was not located here, was in City Hall with some frequency, but was, because that person was the contract manager for the water and sewer contracts, was generally stationed over at that facility. But this person will be here in City Hall full-time and will be responsive to both of us.
Okay. That was my worry, is that this person was going to be down on, I always never say the road right, Montauk, whatever.
Montauk Road, yeah.
Thank you. And kind of out of sight, out of mind, so I wanted to make sure that that wasn't the case. Thank you very much.
Councilor Farwell.
Mr. Clarkson, what would the aggregate total be for the salaries for the three? Approximately.
So we've slotted them in, again, at the existing salary within the pay plan that you established a couple of years ago. So 162, about $270,000.
Councilors, my only, and I was the reason why it was sent back, my only concern is not the value of the positions. It's just that we're grappling with some financial issues. And I was concerned that even though it's enterprise account funds, there's still funds that come in from the taxpayers, and I was just concerned about charging forward on this until we have a better grasp of what we're looking at in other areas. And so it isn't that I am against the positions, I just think the timing is not right. And I would feel much better if after January 1st, whoever is sitting here, they want to grapple with this, and perhaps we have more information on other issues, we could go forward. But that's where I'm coming from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Someone else.
Well, I will second.
You want to speak, Councilor?
I agree with him, and I will go second.
Well, I didn't want to, I didn't make a motion to postpone
Okay,
because I didn't know if anyone else wanted to talk, so I.
Okay.
Motion to recommend favorably.
Second.
Motion has been made and properly seconded to recommend approval of this ordinance favorably. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. There are 5 opposed. Okay, 5 and 1, 2.
No.
What?
It fails.
It fails. Thank you. Thought so.
Item number 5, ordered that the following name sum be and the same is hereby transferred as the same was submitted by the mayor as follows: an appropriation of $341,700 from the Department of Mental Health, $341,700 to the Police Department fiscal year 24 jail arrest diversion program, $341,700. Invited Brenda Perez, Chief of Police, Troy Clarkson, Chief Financial Officer.
And counselors, this evening, Chief Perez is assisted by Lieutenant Schliemann, who works on these matters.
Good evening, councilors. This grant, I'm going to have Lieutenant Schliemann speak on it, but this is our jail diversion grant, and this has CIT training for our officers, critical incident training for our officers, and also has our licensed clinician here. And I'm going to let the lieutenant speak more about the program itself and what we do with that money.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Lieutenant Schliemann from the Brockton Police. Regarding this grant, it's a Department of Mental Health jail diversion grant, and it's not just specific to jail diversion. It also incorporates hospital diversion. So we are diverting our citizens in Brockton that don't necessarily need to go to the emergency room. It allows us to employ one full-time clinician and one part-time clinician. Now, if we can look back to last year, we had one part-time clinician, so we were funded at about 60 hours a month for a clinician. So the clinician came in on average about twice a week for an 8-hour shift. This year, with this grant, we'd be able to put out clinicians for 60 hours a week. So we have one full-time and one part-time. They're able to do crisis evaluations in the field for us, and when appropriate, they can divert our citizens from the ER. Now, we know Brockton Hospital has been shut down for quite some time, which has put a greater strain on the Good Samaritan, South Shore Hospital, and other area hospitals where our citizens have had to leave to seek services. These clinicians are able to divert them from hospital care in that moment, set them up with the services that they would ordinarily get at the hospital anyway. Now, that being said, not everyone is a candidate to be diverted from the hospital. Some folks still need to go. But in the cases where we can set up services on scene, it keeps them out of the ambulances, keeps the ambulances back in service so they're not traveling to Weymouth or up to the Good Samaritan or to any of the other hospitals. Those ambulances are now able to stay here for other folks in Brockton that may need them. These clinicians go out, they respond to a myriad of different calls with the officers. They are deployed with our frontline officers, so they're responding to our 911 calls. They're responding to our family disturbances. They are responding to involuntary committals. They're responding to shoplifting, where oftentimes folks are suffering from substance use disorder or something else is going on in their life that they may need services for. So they will counsel them. They will set them up with services. If they need help with housing, they can help with that. If they need help getting into a treatment program, they can help with that. If they need to be set up with mental health counseling, they can help with that. The idea is to reduce the recidivism. It is to divert people from jail, divert people from the emergency rooms. Now, I mentioned we get a lot more hours. We had this out of this grant. Last year, we were funded at about $96,000. The award for this year, as you know, is $341,000+. Some of that money, as the chief mentioned, is for crisis intervention training. We are able to send more of our officers to that training. That is a 40-hour block of training, and it's specific to many things that we encounter every day in the field. They do training on autism, other mental health issues, traumatic brain injuries. They bring in folks with real-life experiences. They have family members with Alzheimer's or, again, autism, and they oftentimes will bring their children or their loved ones in with them and explain their experiences they've had with law enforcement or first responders. And it gives us a different window into their lives and how we can best respond to them. So the training's absolutely amazing. We're trying to bring that here to Brockton PD so our officers don't have to travel outside the city to do that. And with this grant, we'd be funded to do that. And with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Lieutenant.
Good evening.
I think this is a great program, and the more that we can assist the mentally ill in our city, the better. Are we keeping any data on how many contacts the clinicians are making, how many diversions, or do we keep data on all of that?
So that data is collected. It's collected by the Department of Mental Health, and it's going to be reported out quarterly. They just changed how it's being reported, so I'm expecting that data to come back for the first quarter any day now, and I'd be happy to get that to you.
That'd be great if you could share it with the council. Secondly, the clinician that you have assigned, do they go out on a call? Are they in the car, or is it something that you guys call in later when you determine the need?
Sure. So they are deployed with an officer for the 8-hour shift, and they're out there for 8 hours. And if they're needed in a certain part of the city, they're brought there. If they're needed at the station, because someone walks into the station with an issue, they're brought back to the station. But they're not sitting waiting to go somewhere. They're actually in the car, ready to go, deployed for those 8 hours.
And I mean, I would assume that these people are also available for downtown and dealing with the mentally ill situation that we have downtown,
Absolutely.
correct?
We actually ask them to proactively go out and seek out the folks downtown, try to set them up with services in between their calls.
Does your data separate sections, or like, would we be able to identify how much downtown, or is it just
No, sir.
cumulative?
It doesn't do it by geographic
Okay.
location. It's specific just to the city of Brockton.
Understood. Well, again, I think this is a great program. I'm glad we got basically 3 times the amount this go around, and I'm sure it'll be helpful. When does we accept this? Is this start immediately, or when are we able to have these clinicians on full time?
They're already out there in anticipation of
Okay,
being approved.
understood. Thank you, Lieutenant. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Councilor Tavares.
Thank you so much for being here. Actually, I think it's such a great program. I do have some question when you mentioned, you guys gonna assist them with the housing. Can you give me a little clarification? How can you assist them with their housing? Because as far as I know, in Brockton, we have a lot of problem with that.
Yes. So oftentimes we work with the specialists at Father Bill's Mainspring. We have great contacts at the Brockton Housing Authority. Of course, there's a waiting list there, but they're very adept. We hand them off to the specialist, and what they do at that point, I can't really speak to. I wish I knew exactly the whole process, but they get handed off to one of the housing specialists at Father Bill's or, again, Brockton Housing Authority.
Well, I hope you guys get those grants, because it's kind of little partner with the Father Bills, because they going through a lot. It's so sad, because every time they go struggle, they couldn't find a place to place resident in Brockton. They gotta send them away from Brockton. I think that's something we literally should work together, because I think it's not fair if they have us when they need help, and then why we gotta send them away, to another council or another mayor that they can get about to our resident. This is something I'm very not agree with that, and then I'm going through a lot every day. And every time they mention, I see someone with their housing constantly. I've been work with the Mainspring, Father Bill, all those places. It is so sad. I hope, we literally can focus and help with that. To be in Brockton, not to throw them away from Brockton.
Right. And I know Family Community Resources deals a lot with the families when they experience homelessness, and we reach out to the Y, and we deal with other organizations as well. But when it's the individual, oftentimes it does.
Because I can see that advertisement is more than progress, and I hope we kind of implement that and work more. Thank you, I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Motion to recommend favorably.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you, it carries. Thank you.
Madam President.
Item number 6, ordered in accordance with the general laws of Massachusetts, Chapter 44, recommending that the City Council approve the expenditure of $11,418.35 for the prior year unpaid bills from Library Purchase of Service Public Safety, $2,086.07, from Library Other Contract Services, $400, from Library Building and Grounds and Repair and Maintenance, $4,450. From Library Books and Periodicals, $461.18. From Library Books and Periodicals, $4,021.10. To the Brockton Police Department, $2,086.07. To Coomba Publishing, $400. To Yankee Sprinkler Company, $4,450. To Playaway, $461.18. And to Ingram, $4,021.10. Invited Paul Engel, Library Director, Troy Clarkson, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Chairman and members of the council again. First, a broad statement, and then one specific to these unpaid bills. We've made a concerted effort recently to tighten up the process and to really work with departments to try to be efficient about getting bills in and getting them paid. So you see tonight a couple of items where bills were presented after the deadline, and so the process rightfully is to come to you, the legislative body, and ask for those prior unpaid bills to be paid. Specific to the library, though, and I did provide you a fairly detailed explanation in an email over the weekend. But for the benefit of those here and for the public, we changed the way we reflect funding the operations of the library in this year's budget. The Commonwealth provides state aid specifically for libraries. It sections it out, and it recognizes libraries as a special category for special aid when the Commonwealth provides state aid to the city of Brockton. In the past, that money was sort of set aside, and the library was able to expense against it. Starting with this year's budget, if you remember during the budget process, in a deliberate attempt to be more transparent and to have those expenses part of the overall operating budget, you approved the library budget that was some $300,000 higher than the year before. And that was because what we are now doing is showing the library revenue as part of the budget, and those expenses related to that library aid are now part of the library budget. So everything the library spends is in the light of day and is part of the overall budget that we track. So in the past, these expenses that are before you would have simply been paid out of the state aid account. But because we are conducting all of the finances of the library as part of the overall budget, when they were presented, it necessitated coming to the council for them to be paid. So that's procedurally why they appear before you, specifically the exact expenses, should you have questions. As you can see, Paul is here and can answer those.
Thank you. Councilors, questions? Councilor Farwell.
Madam Chair and councilors, I actually pulled all the purchase orders. They did come in late in the fiscal year, and that obviously isn't the fault of the library. Hopefully the vendors next year, if we use the same ones, will be more timely, but I actually had the city auditor send me all of the purchase orders, and so this is a perfectly valid request, in my opinion.
Councilor Lally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would agree or second my colleague. My question is mostly for Troy. Is there anything that we can do where we can put some sort of boilerplate language in that says if you don't bill us in time, that's on you?
Well,
or is that a bit of a problem legally?
What we're trying to do, as Councilor Farwell suggested, is to work with our vendors to have them be more disciplined and get those bills into us on time, because we are being strict about the interpretation of the law and the requirement that we won't pay bills after the prescribed time. And so there's another one here on the agenda. There's even one from my office that you'll see in a couple of weeks. So we're trying to be even and vigilant about following proper procedure.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else, councilors?
Motion to recommend favorably.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to recommend this favorably. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. It carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job, Secretary. Item number 7, ordered that the City Council dedicate the city-owned land more commonly known as 0 Petronelli Way, Brockton, Massachusetts, being identified as parcel 109-057 and being the same premises identified in Plymouth County Registry of Deeds Book 41854, page 253, containing approximately 4,157 square feet, more or less, and parcel 109-055, and being the same premises identified in Plymouth County Registry of Deeds Book 54222, page 204, containing approximately 3,472 square feet, more or less, to be dedicated as a public park under the protections of Article 97 of the amendments to the Massachusetts Constitution. Invited Timothy Carpenter, Superintendent of Parks, John O'Donnell, Chairman of Board of Assessors.
Councilors, Timothy Carpenter is away and unable to be here this evening, and he did let me know beforehand. Good evening, Mr. O'Donnell.
Good evening, councilors. I'm here just to explain that in the order, one of the parcels was overestimated. It's now 1,121 square foot parcel. So the city transferred the land, 4 parcels back in January of 2021 to the Brockton Redevelopment Authority to create parcels along Pettinelli Way to, one's a developable site, Marvin Hagler Way, and then when they designed Marvin Hagler Way, there was that 1,121 square feet remaining. So that's, you have in the order, it says 3,400, I think, 3,472. So that's...
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Mr. O'Donnell. Just for the information of this council and people at home, this dedication of this land is in regards to the pocket park for the Marvin Hagler statue. And so I see Commissioner Hill here. I was wondering if there's no objection, if Commissioner Hill, if you could just come forward and maybe kind of give an update as to what we intend to do with this land and maybe a status update on the Hagler statue.
Good evening, Commissioner Hill.
Good evening, councilors. So it's about a 50 by 60 parcel of land on the corner of Marvin Hagler Way and Petronelli. The intent is obviously to set the statue base initially. We've been waiting on the contractor for the statue to come and actually set that base. We've purchased some interlocking blocks, and we're in the process of, working through procuring a fence to go around the area, some green, some trees and some green space. We purchased a couple of benches to be put out there, but with the timing and the weather and the way everything's looking, it's likely not going to, happen probably till the springtime.
Great. And just an update on the statue itself. It's completed from my understanding and basically in storage until we're ready to move forward in this park.
So the statue base got shipped here, which is a large piece of granite where the Hagler statue is going to sit on. We have that down at the Highway Department in storage in our garage. I'm not sure on the delivery time for the statue itself, but I know it's due to be here in a few weeks. And we'll store that as well down at the Highway Department until it's ready to be set.
Okay. With an expectation, as you said, for some sort of unveiling come springtime?
Yeah.
Great. And then just again, for the information of this council, this matter, because it's being designated as a park at the state, under state legislation, this matter does have to go through our Parks Commission. It has not yet done so, but after that, we will have a final vote in council for the acceptance of this park. If Parks Commission hasn't met between now and next week for City Council, I would expect to postpone it until the following City Council meeting so that Parks can have an opportunity to review and vote on this matter. But, Mr. Mayor.
Council, I just wanted to follow up on some information. So the contractor will not set the base right now because of the heavy rainflow we've had. The water table isn't conducive, and quite honestly, the springtime is going to be better.
Right.
The things that Mr. Hill said that we purchased because State Rep Jerry Cassidy got $150,000 from the Commonwealth. So the $150,000 included the artist statue, the cost attributed to the artist, the pavers, the 2 benches, the green space. And the other thing about delaying it until the springtime is we would not have it beautified with flowers and mulch and grass. So everybody will be invited, but it is going to be happening in the springtime. And thank you for your efforts on that, Councilor.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. Really looking forward to the unveiling of the statue. I have not seen it yet, but I think from everybody who has says it's a great-looking statue, and so we're looking forward to that.
We'll have a PDF sent over to the entire council tomorrow.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Farwell.
Just to Mr. O'Donnell, so that we have the order precisely the way it should be, which parcel needs to have the square footage changed?
It's the parcel 3,472 square feet.
Okay, and that needs to be...
It should be 1,121 square feet.
1,121?
Yes. The remainder went to the roadway.
Right. Madam Chair, I'd move to, it'll have to be ratified in the council, but I would move to amend the order so that we strike 3,472 and we insert 1,121 square feet in the order.
Second.
A motion's been made and properly seconded to amend the order to change a square footage from 3472 to 1121. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you, it carries.
Madam Chair, I move to recommend the amended order favorably.
Second.
Okay, a motion to recommend favorably has been made and properly seconded. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you, that carries. Thank you, Mr. O'Donnell.
Item number 8, ordered in accordance with the general laws of Massachusetts, Chapter 44, recommending that the City Council approve the expenditure of $74.80 from cemetery electricity to Constellation in order to cover the attached bill. Invited Timothy Carpenter, Superintendent of Cemeteries, Troy Clarkson, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, Mr. Clarkson.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Carpenter is out of the city, but this item is similar to one that we discussed just a few moments ago, and it is part of our efforts to tighten up our year-end close procedures and bring to you bills that were received after the deadline.
And councilors, I'd like to read to you a message that I received from Mr. Carpenter, okay? I wanted to inform you, while I will not be able to appear at the FinCom meeting of October 2nd, I'm on the agenda for the FY23 Constellation Energy Bill that I'm requesting to use FY24 bills or funds to pay. The bill is in the amount of $74.80. This is the first time in my 12 years with the city that this error has occurred. We did not encumber sufficient funds in the final weeks of FY23 for this bill in the energy line item, and the bill was received about a week or two after the close of the fiscal year with the service period that covered FY23. It was an oversight that we will make every effort not to repeat. Okay? So he's taken responsibility for it. We understand what it is. It is a small amount, but nonetheless.
Motion to recommend favorably.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to recommend favorably. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you, it carries. Thank you, Mr. Clarkson.
Item number 9, ordered that the City Council authorizes the acceptance and expenditure of the total grant funds in the amount of $1,496,630 from the U.S. Department of Transportation Strengthening Mobility and Revolutionizing Transportation SMART Grant to the City of Brockton. Invited Troy Clarkson, Chief Financial Officer, Patrick Hill, DPW Commissioner, Rob May, Director of Planning and Economic Development, Captain Mark Porcaro, Traffic Commissioner.
Councilors, Mr. May let me know he was unable to be with us this evening.
Good evening, councilors.
Good evening, Mr. Hill.
Good evening. So this is a grant that we applied for initially for a pilot study of the deployment of smart technologies. What are smart technologies? This is going to be all updated traffic emergency preemption, smart street lighting sensors that can read road temperatures, air quality, video surveillance cameras, and all the other equipment that's included with that, meaning the software. Initially, we applied for a pilot, but because the grant came out a little later than expected, and conversations with the federal DOT, they've allowed us to use this entire grant amount to purchase equipment, which will be used on the new two-way conversion of Warren Ave.
Questions? Councilor Azak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Commissioner and Captain. Quick question, is there a match? Does the city have to match anything with this grant?
There is no match with this
No
grant.
match? Okay, which is really great. This sounds great and exciting. How quickly would it, are we going to implement it once we get?
So we're working through the engineering right now of the two-way traffic design.
Okay.
So I would expect that, probably April or May we'll be ordering the equipment for the purchase for the installation.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mr. Hill. So you said just for the two-way conversion of Warren Ave, so this is what, 4 intersections or 4 lights?
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6 intersections, yes.
5 or 6 in it, okay.
That's correct.
And can you just repeat, what equipment is it? It's the preemption cameras, what else?
So it's going to be all new signal equipment, new traffic signal boxes. Because the grant went in as a pilot that included a lot of the installation costs, we were able to kind of reel those installation costs and put it towards the purchase of equipment. So it'll be for purchasing like new mast arms, new lighting, new road temperature sensors, new smart trash cans, new air quality monitoring, and all new street lighting.
Great. No, that sounds great. 1.5 million for that. That's, will that cover it? That's going to cover everything? Or are we?
We're still kind of in trying to figure out what the total cost of that project's going to be, but it seems like, yeah, the way that the intersections are, it should cover everything.
Great. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Captain Macaro, I have a question.
Sure.
How will this aid or enhance your work in traffic?
I think it's a good idea. By anytime you upgrade something, particularly this area, Warren Ave's very busy. I think this will be a step in the right direction. I don't see how it won't help us. New traffic signals. What else did you mention in there?
New traffic signals that are going to run off the GPS. So I guess the issue in the past has been that they haven't been able to purchase the software. Mm-hmm. Purchasing the software is part of purchasing of the equipment. So this will kind of open the door for future projects in the city. The city will have all the software on board.
Thank you. Councilors?
Motion to recommend favorably.
Second.
Motion's made and properly seconded to recommend favorably. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. It carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Item number 10, ordered that the City Council accept the draft ADA transition plan and undergo a 30-day public comment period. Comment period to start after the adoption of this order. Invited Mayor Robert Sullivan, James Plouffe, ADA Coordinator.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, first of all, I want to give a shout out and a thank you to Paul Romano from the CFO's office. Paul has been our quasi-grant writer and grant finder. So it was through Paul's efforts that we actually were able to get a grant to begin the process on the ADA. The ADA needs to be done so that the City of Brockton can then qualify for future grants with the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So Mr. Plouffe has hit answer some of your specific questions, but the draft, again, was a phase one of facilities. There's a breakdown of the facilities, all city assets, but it's been a long time coming to make sure that the city adheres to ADA requirements. And then again, the basis of this is to get public comment for 30 days. And then once we promulgate that, we will be able to qualify for future grants for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Plouffe.
Good evening, Madam Chair and councilors. The ADA requires all municipalities to do a transition and evaluation plan, and that's what we've done here. This is, as the Mayor mentioned, this is stage one. In the plan, you would see there's 150 pages. That's a lot of reading, and a lot of money attached to this. Some of the great things about projects that are already in the pipeline include the new public safety building. It's going to be going up in the next year. That will accommodate our Station 1 and fire alarm buildings, which are a large cost inside this plan. So this will absorb us of some of that cost. Other things inside of this plan that we have are doable by my public property staff. Small things. Toilets are required to have a hand on the open side of the toilet. Some of the toilets in our facilities have it on the wrong side, so our plumbers can go in there and easily change those things out. We can create signage, put up signage in different locations that are required to. So while this is 150 pages of a lot of expense, a lot of it can be done in-house, and other things are going to be absorbed by current projects. The remainder of the projects will be something that we'll have to work through, either through capital plan or other funding, such as the grants. So I'm willing to take any questions.
Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, Commissioner Plouffe. So this states that it's going to start a 30-day public comment period. Where is this draft plan going to be posted, and how do people comment?
We will post it on the website. We'll have that
the Brockton, the City Hall website, or the city
website, yes.
Yeah.
And then if they have any comments, they can contact me through through email or for the phone. My email is jpluff@cobma.us, and the phone number is 508-580-7150.
So they would go onto our city website, would they be, is this have a special tab, or is they have to go to the building department to access?
It hasn't been put up yet, but it will be through the building department. I'll have the IT place it in the building department website.
Okay, and then your contact information to make public comment will be clear on the website?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Azak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Thompson asked my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so I have a question.
Yes.
How long do you anticipate this will take to bring us into conformity?
This is a living document, Madam Chair. This is going to change over time. This particular set of items, Phase 1, will take some time because we are talking about possible reconstruction of buildings such as the animal control building, construction projects at the W Field Park clubhouse, putting railings on City Hall stairs. It's going to take some time. I don't have a finite time for you, but we're going to start immediately on addressing these issues.
There's a table in the back that you and I touched on when
Yes.
we spoke today that says it will, in today's dollars, it will cost $14 million to get all this work done for 100% compliance. Who knows what it will cost by the time we get to some of these issues?
That is correct. It is possible in the future that costs will go up.
Right.
We know costs will go up. But we'll take care of all the small issues. A lot of the things that we can do ourselves won't cost as much as the high end of the range. So if you notice in each page, there's a low range and a high range. If I have to go out to bid, you're looking at high range as a prevailing wage.
Sure.
If we're able to do the work in-house with materials that we can purchase at contract rates, we can do it for the low range. So I would say that the $14 million is worst case scenario, but we're not even going to be attacking the Station 1 and the fire alarm building if we can get into the new public safety building in 2025, which we're going to be. So there's some cost savings in those, and then cost savings in us doing our own work. So I would say that you're looking at less than half of that cost over a number of years.
Well, I think it's terrific you can get a lot of this work done yourself, because I think it's imperative that we get this work done.
Thank you. One thing that we are doing right now, actually, West Side Library. I was over there during the tour. We went through the building, and we found that the access ramp in the front of the building was in deplorable condition. So this week, we had a second carpenter start. Both our carpenters are going to be over there. They're going to remove all the rotted wood and the broken wood and put new Trex in, new railings, ADA compliant, and fix that up in a relatively short time frame. Where that was going to cost $50,000, according to this, it's going to cost us less than $5.
Materials. That's great. That's a good start.
Thank you.
Councilors?
Motion to recommend favorably back to the full City Council.
Second.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to recommend this favorably. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. It carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 11, that the following named sum be and the same is hereby appropriated as the same was submitted by the mayor as follows. Appropriation of $458,409.82 from unappropriated estimated receipts, $438,409.82, and from the Board of Health overtime, $20,000. To public property personal services other than overtime, $438,409.82. To public property overtime, $20,000. Invited, Dr. Eno Mondesir, Executive Health Officer, James Pluff, Building Superintendent, and Troy Clark, Chief Financial Officer.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening again, and Mr. Pluff and Dr. Montesor are here with me should you have any particular questions. This recommended appropriation is to put money behind the work that you did in adjusting the departmental focus for inspections here in the city. So if you recall, when you passed the FY24 budget, anticipating some changes that you then made, there were adjustments made to the actual budgets, in particular, a reduction in the Board of Health budget to get you just to a certain point in the year. There were significant reductions you made when you passed the FY24 budget. So to start with, the term unappropriated estimated receipts, that's actually revenues for the city budget that are available because we presented to you a balanced budget for the spending that we proposed. Because you reduced that spending, the revenues are still there to support spending, and this amount that's requested does not exceed that original amount of spending. So you are, let me be very clear, spending within your means and within the original amount of the FY24 budget proposed by the mayor and me. What this would do is shift the focus of those funds to the Public Property Department to accommodate the inspectors that now work in public property. The funding amount for the Board of Health was funded at, I believe, 25% of the year, but some of those employees have been paid out of the Board of Health thus far this year. So should you approve this, and hopefully you do because there are employees now behind this money, we will then make an adjustment, a journal entry, to restore some of the funding for the Board of Health because those, you have directed us in a legislative mandate that those employees now work someplace else. So we believe this money is sufficient to fund those inspectors in the Public Property Department. We'll then go back, based on the money that's been spent to date, and do an analysis. I don't believe we'll need to come back to you for more money for the Board of Health, but should those figures warrant, because of the spending to date, that may be a possibility. But our teams are working on those calculations now, and should we need to come back, I'll let you know. But this transfer, again, is to support the changes that you made in inspectional services.
Councillor Farwell.
Madam Chair, councilors, when we combined inspectional services, health and building, we basically put health sanitation inspectors under Mr. Plouffe. So he'll be responsible for their payroll, for monitoring their work, along with the deputy commissioner and the chief of inspections. So this really, I believe I made the motion to cut during the budget, if my memory serves. So this restores funding so that that program can go forward. Those inspectors can be paid now that they're combined into one area. There is one caveat, and I would say to Mr. Claxon, we still have to roll over administrative duties and decide who's going to do what, because you do have some administrative support people in the Board of Health that need to be transitioned somewhere. And I don't know if that's going to take collective bargaining negotiations. But this is a good step forward. And I would say to Mayor Sullivan, as soon as he appoints, even on an interim basis, a Commissioner of Health and Human Services, we now have that department. I mean, technically, we don't have just a Board of Health. We have a Department of Health and Human Services. There is a Board of Health within that, and Dr. Mondesir is there. But this is a really progressive step forward. I hope we'll qualify for some grants, but it's important to recommend this favorably and act on this because the 3-month period, July, August, September, when cuts were made is now we're 2 days into it, and we've got to restore some funding. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor D'Agostino.
Thank you. So just wondering, and I apologize if we already went over this and it's just not coming to me. We took the inspectors, we moved them under under public property inspectional services. So with that, what is the Board of Health doing? Like, what is their function with the inspectors moved?
Madam Chair and councils, good evening. Board of Health has an array of activities and responsibilities. If I could stop looking at right now and go a little bit backward, I would say since the pandemic phase of COVID arrived, we have 3 nurses and 2 community health workers who are out every day, Monday through Friday, doing what we call DOT, which is mandated by the Department of Public Health to do work around individuals who are infected with different infections. And if they don't comply with the medicines, that may increase the danger. So right now, we have this work ongoing, and Mayor can attest, on Friday, every Friday for the past month and a half, we have a separate meeting with different stakeholders around the city and the state to address some of the infections that we're talking about. Also, to date, while we do not have a pandemic hanging over us, COVID is not over. We still have people who are out there being infected, and DPH has mandated that we remain active, we vaccinate individuals. And there are also other activities that Board of Health does. For instance, there are mandates up right now. We have to carry through because of the legal stance. There is no other instance that is mandated by the Department of Public Health or the Massachusetts Department to take care of those. So there is plenty that we do.
Okay, so if I were to, would it be correct if I summarized it? Basically, the Board of Health's remaining functions are literally about individuals in our city that may have either vaccination needs or infectious disease issues, truly health of the people of the city is the remaining functions that you're certain you have.
That is correct, Councillor. And also, we partner with different individuals because there are work that we do not do ourselves within the Department of Public Health, but we work with other partners so that we can address those issues and make sure that we have a healthy city.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate the information.
Good evening, Mayor.
Madam Chair, if I could just point of information, what Dr. Montesor said, Department of Public Health and myself and Eno and Neighborhood Health Center and the hospitals, and Dr. Rick Herman is still on. He only does about 2 or 3 to, I think, maximum 4 hours. But we have a huge uptick in tuberculosis right now in the city of Brockton. We're seeing an uptick in COVID cases. The census numbers at Good Sam are up again. We're actually seeing an increase of AIDS in the city of Brockton as well. So I'll put that in context because of the mental health, the behavioral health, the drug addiction, the alcohol abuse. So Dr. Montesor and his team, and thanks to all of you. You know, when I became mayor, there was only 1 health nurse, and you guys supported and gals supported to bring on 2 additional ones. So the need from a healthy city of Brockton is real, and it's also working with our partners. We just had a mass health at the library the other day that, you know, 72% of the city of Brockton are on mass health, and if you don't register and renew, you could lose that coverage. So it's definitely all hands on deck from the health perspective, and also Dr. Montesor has already been recognized in Beacon Hill by the governor, and he's deemed as a public health expert as well, which is helpful. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Motion to recommend favorably. I'm sorry.
Councilor Tavares.
Yes.
Kick me next.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I just thank you for hiring new code enforcement, and I hope you guys can continue to hire, because basically Board of Health is something like I support a lot, because I've been there before. I know what's going on and all the pain. Board of Health has an important, function. I hope you guys even support more money, because, it's a lot of rules and duty to do so, and I'm totally agree to support this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Farwell.
Same motion, favorable recommendation.
Second.
All right, a motion's been made and properly seconded to recommend this favorably. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Item number 12, resolve. Whereas there are continuing efforts to improve the business development opportunities in the city, and whereas in many areas, including the downtown district, the issues of safety and security and challenges presented by homeless persons are present. Now, therefore, be it resolved Legislative Counsel Shannon Resnick, City Solicitor Megan Bridges or designee, Director of Social Services Jadman Bradshaw, and Police Chief Brenda Perez be invited to a meeting of the council to address ongoing programs and services related to these issues, as well as federal court decisions affecting the city's efforts. Invited Shannon Resnick, Legislative Counsel, Megan Bridges, City Solicitor, Jasmine Bradshaw, Director of Social Services, Brenda Perez, Chief of Police.
Good evening.
Good evening, councilors. Good evening, Madam Chair. The many different issues raised about homelessness are complex and multifaceted, requiring a collaborative effort from various agencies and stakeholders. As the police chief, I understand the importance of addressing the issues and ensuring a safe and vibrant community for all residents and businesses. Our approach to addressing homelessness involves a combination of three things: outreach, support, and enforcement. We will address any illegal activity and enforce the law. We want to talk about a little bit about what we're currently doing. So we currently have our walking beats, our bike beats in the Montello, downtown, and Campello area. We also have a recovery coach that Lieutenant Schliemann will be speaking about shortly. We also have directed patrols to closely monitor and address any issues to the downtown area and throughout the entire city. We currently assist the Park Department also in cleaning up the Perkins Park on Monday and Fridays, and the DPW when they clean the underpasses and the bridges. Our police department, as Lieutenant Schliemann said, has full-time clinicians where we go out with them to address some of the substance use issues that we have throughout the city. We also have the law department is currently reviewing the potential of a possible aggressive solicitation ordinance to see if it's something that we can do for our city. So with that, I want to let Lieutenant Schliemann talk about some of the other things we're doing with homelessness, and also Jasmine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening once again, councilors.
Good evening.
Lieutenant Schliemann from the Brockton Police. Like the chief mentioned, we do have a recovery coach that goes out with Officer Donald McMillan. Now, Officer McMillan is tasked with following up on all the overdose reports, so he reviews the reports 24 hours previous to his shift. So he comes in every day, looks back 24 hours, and puts all that information into the Plymouth County Outreach database. Plymouth County Outreach is funded by a federal grant that the city of Brockton's not involved in, but we partner with Plymouth County Outreach, and they provide us with that recovery coach. Officer McMillan and that recovery coach will go out and do outreach to anyone that's overdosed in the city of Brockton. They try to get that person into a program, set them up with supports and services, and try to get them well. That's just another way that we connect and try to help our folks in the community that are suffering. I attend weekly the quality of life meetings here at City Hall. Every Thursday we meet, we discuss quality of life issues anywhere within the city, but oftentimes it does take us back to the downtown area and some of the issues there. Separate from that meeting on Thursdays, we also have a specific downtown meeting where we discuss issues surrounding the immediate downtown area and target and address those issues. In both the quality of life meeting and that downtown meeting, many different departments, separate from just who you see up here, come in, and we work from a collaborative approach. So the special services folks, the building department, fire department, animal control will come in, and many other departments I'm neglecting to mention. And so we really do target it from different angles. We've started up the Code Enforcement Task Force. Again, that takes us downtown oftentimes because that's where a lot of the issues are. So we can address issues and try to bring these properties back up to code and get them into compliance with the law. I'll let Jasmine speak a little bit more about that, but we go out and we do outreach into some of the homeless communities. We're out in the woods. We put on our boots, we put on our bug spray and our long sleeve shirts, and we do go out there and I'll let her speak to that.
Good evening, everybody. So currently we are doing community outreach, if not every day, every other day during the week. So we go out to different encampments or places that people have reported there might be people staying. Sometimes it's different businesses or even homes. We've had people show up in backyards sometimes. And what we do is we bring out a formal notice, and depending upon the location, we will talk to people, kind of try to refer them to shelter if possible. One of the options right now that the shelter is able to provide, which has been very helpful, is if someone can locate a family or friend that will be able to accommodate them staying with them long-term elsewhere, they can pay to get them there if need be. So that's been very helpful with relocating some of the encampments. But for anything that's like parks properties, school properties, it's an immediate removal, so you get 24 hours from the time that we locate the site, and then we ask that they relocate somewhere else. So they get a resource list, business cards, we sit and talk with them for a little while. And I would say, as of right now, we have an active encampment tracking list that we're using. So what we do is we keep track of the date that it was reported, how often we're going out, where it is, if it's cleared or if it has to be cleaned by DPW or parks, we keep track of that date as well, and then we continue to check on a regular basis. In addition to that, we also are holding homeless task force meetings every other Wednesday at 10 a.m. There's 40-plus agencies or so that are invited to those. It varies who shows up, but we cover different topics, anywhere from systemic issues to trying to figure out ways to, unfortunately, is one of the things that's coming up, stop people from using the restroom in public. Addressing safety concerns, addressing the fact that we're having people overdose a lot and then people are leaving them without calling 911. So it's a vast array of not just health, but also safety issues. Like Lieutenant Schliemann mentioned, we also have the downtown meetings, the quality of life meetings that I attend every week. We also have the Opioid Overdose Prevention Coalition, which deals a lot with our unhoused population, so it's addressing a lot of those concerns that are substance use and mental health related. In every meeting, there's a different agenda, and I can share those invites with people if they are interested in ever attending those, but we cover a vast array of issues, and they're usually pretty open to businesses as well. We've had a lot of businesses join them and share their concerns, so we kind of just try to address things as we're going. And as of this week, we are also working on creating almost an active roster of how many people we are able to find outside. And we would be collecting demographic information. If it needs to be shared publicly, their names will be removed for safety purposes. But it would collect information such as disability status, if they have any substance use, basic demographic information, if they're a veteran, basically anything that might help us in terms of relocating them to housing.
Counselor Farwell, you sponsored this.
Madam Chair, I co-sponsored this with Councilor Thompson, Tavares, and Texera. And I wouldn't mind if this were, at the end of the evening, continued to another date so we could have the retail groups come in, perhaps Montello Business, Downtown Business, Campello Business come in. This has become a citywide problem. And I know Jasmine is out there because I've called in places off Summer Street and Grove Street and other areas. Hillstrom Park, we had people living up there recently in Councilor Lally's ward. We're doing a lot, but I get the sense that we're losing the battle. And so I guess my first question is, do we ever ask people, are you from Brockton, or how did you get here, or do we have any statistics or any anecdotal information on why we seem to be the focal point for this?
So I can talk about that a little bit. So a lot of who is here, so the shelter system here has a catchment area of probably like 14 or 15 different cities and towns, because most of them don't have their own shelter system. The next closest one would be Taunton, and then in the other direction, you'd be heading to Quincy and Boston. So when I go out, I ask people, I know that the outreach staff at the shelter ask people where they're from. So you're going to get places like Stoughton, Plymouth, Kingston, kind of a wide range in between, because they don't have their own shelter systems. And a lot of times Boston will send anybody from those systems back this direction. But if someone is suspended for some reason from a different shelter system, they're typically referred to the next closest one. A lot of times that is here. A lot of the individuals that we're seeing, that is the situation. They've been asked to leave Pine Street or Woods Mullen or some of the shelters in Fall River and New Bedford, or even Taunton, because Taunton's shelter system is only like 20 beds, so it's very small. And unfortunately, a lot of these places, including us, just don't have the capacity or the resources to meet the need, because we're housing people, and every time we house one person, it's like 2 more show up. So it's just a matter of continuing to offer the same resources, but without funding coming in at an active rate, and with the situation right now with all the migrant families that are showing up, a lot of those resources that we once would have been able to call upon to use in an emergency are being redirected until we can figure out a plan for that situation as well.
I'd like to ask Legislative Counsel and the City Solicitor, I know there is this federal case hanging out there that says you cannot displace a homeless person off of municipal property unless you can prove that there was a shelter bed for them to go, or a shelter for them to go. There's a lot of misinformation in the public about what we as a community can and can't do. So if you could just kind of summarize where we are, and if you have any recommendations, I think all of us would like to hear them.
Yeah, so the case that you're referring to is the Martin decision. It's from the Ninth Circuit. It's a federal court case, and it was a local ordinance that was being challenged under the Constitution, and it was actually under the 8th Amendment, cruel and unusual punishment. And what the appeals court said in the Ninth Circuit was that you could not criminalize homelessness, and that leaving them without sleep or shelter space could create the cruel and unusual punishment violations of our Constitution. And that case has been the center for a lot of different states, local courts, federal courts across the country. We don't have yet a Supreme Court decision, and in the First Circuit, which is where Massachusetts is located, and in our Massachusetts courts, we don't have a great case on point either. The closest case we do have is when the City of Boston was challenged for their protocol on mass and casts. They were challenged by the ACLU, and that issue of that Martin decision, was it going to apply to Massachusetts, never got heard by the Massachusetts court. So it's just not something that has been decided upon to give us guidance of how that would work in Massachusetts. I did research what other local communities are doing, and many are following the Boston standard, which is to make sure before you relocate someone, to make sure that there is an adequate bed or an alternate housing available for them. And if there isn't, then you cannot remove their encampments. That is typically done by many of the communities that I researched through protocol rather than through city ordinance or city order. The town of Situate had a proposed bylaw. They're different. That's town government. So their proposed bylaws actually have to have approval from the AG's office. And they had one which was something like you can't sleep in your car by a beach, something along that lines, and that was held as unconstitutional as well, or determined not held unconstitutional, but the AG would not allow the bylaw. So that's kind of the guidance we have in terms of what can be done legislatively. It is very unclear, and it's just one of those things that from what I could see, the trend in Massachusetts is I guess you might have followed on the news what's happening in Boston, the pushback that the City of Boston got on a proposed ordinance as opposed to a protocol, which was, I believe, out of the mayor's office. So
do the no trespassing signs work? Someone said if you put up a no trespassing sign, you then could enforce the state law on trespassing because they've been given notice?
So it is because, and I'm going to go back to the AG's decision in Situate, whether or not that decision is correct or would be binding on the city. But it is because we have options to enforce our ordinances through non-criminal disposition. And we can give you a fine. But if you don't pay that fine, then it gets enforced in a criminal court. And then that could, reach our constitutional protections of cruel and unusual punishment. So that's really where the analysis goes. It's not to say that you cannot enforce certain ordinances, but if the purpose is to enforce them for preventing homelessness and criminalizing homelessness, you have to be wary of the cruel and unusual punishment component of enforcement.
So before I turn it over to my colleagues, what do you and the solicitor have for us for any recommendations, other than status quo?
Unfortunately, that is my recommendation right now. I do think that that Martin decision, we will see the Supreme Court have an opportunity to review a similar case. So that would hopefully help. I think what's happening in Boston is very telling, the trouble that passing that ordinance is having in the city. But if you pass an ordinance, you just have the risk of it being challenged through the ACLU, through the homeless community here in Brockton. It's just the risk. I don't think that I can confidently today provide you an ordinance that I think is challenge-proof.
All right, I've left out the solicitor. Anything to add?
Hi, everyone. You know, just for non-lawyer folks or people who are watching at home, the way cases get to the Supreme Court is when there's a conflict amongst the fabric of America or the states or the way people are dealing with problems. And as Attorney Resnick just explained to you all, that is what's happening here. This issue has become so complex and such a serious issue, and not everyone is in agreement in terms of what the law says and how you have to deal with it, that it has not yet been granted certiorari by the Supreme Court, but the question has been brought, and this is the question. I wanted you all to hear the question. Whether the enforcement of generally applicable laws regulating camping on public property constitutes cruel and unusual punishment by the Eighth Amendment. That is the question for which America is dealing with right now. So the status quo there would be nothing right now that I could confidently support would withstand a constitutional legal challenge regarding the issue of homelessness and potential criminalization of it. And that is just how our ordinances and laws work in Massachusetts. Even though we have the option of non-criminal disposition, it's always in the background, the criminal disposition. That's just how enforcement goes for localities. And that's what the AG's office in Massachusetts is wrestling with, is that's the framework of our code enforcement or our enforcement capabilities. And so because that threat of criminal prosecution is out there, she seems to not be approving any ordinances dealing with homelessness or, bylaws that come across the municipal law unit's desk. So at this juncture, the best we can offer is monitoring the law, the Supreme Court, whether they decide to take up the question. There are dozens of briefs filed in regards to this question and whether or not the court's going to take it up. So folks who have, time or interest can review them and see what people are saying, but it's unfortunately just not something that is simple or has an answer in the law right now.
All right, last question. We still could enforce littering. We still could enforce placing human waste on
bring up a great
public
question.
sidewalk and
Disorderly
person or things like that. And I just would find it helpful, and it's hard for attorneys to stand up and give us legal opinions. But I think at some point I'd like to see something from both of you as to where we are and where you think we're going, and something on paper, because it's for the public. They just don't get, wait a minute, this can't be going on in our city. I mean, they're so exasperated.
That's a very fair point, and you actually bring up an excellent point that I failed to that I omitted. Is criminal laws still exist? The police folks still have all of their authority. This issue is fairly narrow, and it has gotten the soup pot has gotten very big, but what's unpermitted is punishment of the homeless simply for being homeless. So certainly, open-air recreational drug use of illegal drugs is not permitted. Sex trafficking not permitted. Open-air lewd and acts not permitted. Absolutely. I mean, I'm not suggesting that enforcement of those activities are easy in any shape or form because of everything that's going on, but certainly illegal activity is still illegal activity. That is the baseline of the law right now, is criminality still, it exists in the penal code or how it's described in the laws set by the legislature. You can't penalize people for being homeless. You can penalize activities occurring outside in public places that are illegal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know others would like to speak.
Councilor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good evening, everyone. First, I just want to thank my fellow co-sponsors for bringing necessary attention to this really important issue. I'll have to say it's my belief that that downtown Brockton is in crisis. I've spoken to dozens of business owners, residents, nonprofits, and they all really say the same thing. They have never seen downtown worse than it is today. Now, we have dozens of people on our streets loitering, trespassing. They're intoxicated, pitching tents, sleeping under our bridges, defecating on our streets, using drugs, and discarding needles essentially everywhere. There's graffiti, aggressive panhandling, and they're creating dangerous conditions on our roadways. Now, our businesses and our residents, to be honest, they're fed up. The business owners I've spoken with, many are making plans to leave downtown. And I know many downtown residents looking to do the same. It is my belief if we do not change course immediately, our downtown renaissance is dead. Now, our business owners have really been bearing the brunt of this burden. They're spending too much time and money chasing people off their property, cleaning up trash and feces, and trying to convince their customers that it's safe to visit their establishment downtown. Now, they're doing the best they can, and I think that the city needs to step up and meet them halfway. Now, we as a city, we need to develop a comprehensive, proactive campaign to address the crisis downtown. Now, this is not to say we're not doing anything. We've just heard from Brockton Police Department and from Jasmine Bradshaw, our Director of Social Services. And Jasmine, you're doing a great job out there. I talk to you about these issues all the time. I mean, you're fantastic. Chief, I think Brockton PD is doing a great job in your patrolling of downtown, patrolling of Perkins Park, under our bridges, the mental health services that you bring downtown. I think our Brockton PD is doing the best they can, but we're not going to police ourselves out of this problem. And so I believe that although those efforts are appreciated, our downtown needs more. I have outlined a downtown strategy that I hope can be the beginning of a conversation to try to find an eventual, not solution, because we're never going to resolve this problem 100%. But maybe we can, increase the percentage in which we're addressing it today. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is data collection. Now, I know, Jasmine, you talked about data collection, and I'm glad to hear that we are collecting data on who is downtown. I see new faces every day when I drive through downtown. I see a lot of the same faces, but I see a lot of new faces all the time. And I think it would help enforcement, whether it be on the police side, whether it be on your side, to really start putting together a by name directory, who, as much as we can, who are on our streets. We need to identify them. And as you said, we need to find out where they're coming from. What services do they need? Are they people looking for services, or are they just looking to panhandle or, create problems on our streets? Are they mentally ill? Can we try to provide them mental health treatment? Because I hear stories all the time of just intoxicated people really being aggressive with our residents if they don't contribute. And I think that also, I think we should have a campaign regarding the panhandling, a citywide campaign, that it's best not to give money to the homeless on the street. If you want to help, then there are plenty of nonprofits, and we should direct them towards nonprofits. But I wish people would understand the harm they're doing to our city by giving money to to those who are panhandling. That's just going to keep them on our streets. Additionally, you know, and we'll have further conversations about this, but I just want to kind of better understand what our resources are. When we go out on the street, we identify those who require resources, and I'm just wondering, you know, what are the resources? It seems like there's so many tiers of resources, both at the local level, the state level, the nonprofits have resources. I know it's pretty hard to kind of wrap your mind around every resource that's available, but whatever those resources are, I think we need to better educate our business owners and those who deal with the downtown issues to try to help empower them to at least, you know, give a name, give a card, give, you know, somebody that maybe look like they would be receptive of help, that we can provide them some of that help. But a lot of it, you know, I think there's training, and when it comes to resources, Jasmine, as I said, you're doing a great job, but unfortunately, you're one person. And so I would just make the suggestion, and Mr. Mayor, I know you're here in the room, I would make the suggestion that this council did provide funding for an immigrations director. And I mean, I made no bones that I was against that position. But if possible, I would just make the recommendation that we transfer any monies that would be going to an immigration services director and provide it to Jasmine. She needs backup. She needs assistance in that office. She doesn't even have an admin. If we could provide somebody who has similar training as you, Jasmine, we could, you know, double your efforts and really maybe, you know, start making a dent in our downtown. So again, suggestion, just if we could transfer that money to your office and provide you help. I think overall, maybe we should start reevaluating what those resources are. You know, maybe are they helping, right? There are all these resources, and sometimes programs just have that inertia, and you know, they keep moving along. But I think we need to start questioning those resources. Are they you know, are they fulfilling the job that we need today on our streets? And if they're not, then maybe we should, you know, maybe look for other resources or help them reimagine their existing resources that would be more effective on our streets today. I think potentially maybe we should find a homeless czar. You know, one of the things that I see working with the government, and it's funny, working in the Traffic Commission just this year, you find that, you know, just for our street signs, we got 4 different departments that are kind of, you know, some are for the school signs, some are for the traffic signs, some are for street signs. You got like 4 different departments that are kind of generally all in charge of the same system. And when you start saying, well, what's going on over here, you get people pointing in different directions. Maybe we should consider some sort of homeless czar or downtown czar, somebody that, you know, the buck stops here. They can coordinate all the different departments that are involved on this issue. I mean, just say with the police alone, I mean, we have our parking authority, you know, they walk the streets every single day. I mean, if they could maybe communicate quickly to the Brockton Police of, there's something going on here, and have that, be able to have the police, a rapid response team or something, because we've got people on the street all day, or at least, the parking authority. Maybe we can just start developing better synergies between all the city departments who are on the street to kind of more effectively address some of the issues that we have downtown. And I guess that brings me to my second point. I think we need more presence downtown. I think we need, the police department, you're out there, but I think we need DPW. It would be really good to have more of a city presence downtown, walking the streets, with the police are doing their job enforcing our laws. We got DPW under our bridges a few times a week, but we need more people on the street. And I guess that would bring me to, we talk about the bid, right, the Business Improvement District, and I think we kind of all agree that once implemented, it's really going to go a long way to solving a lot of these problems. But by all accounts, the bid is a year, maybe 2 years away. I think the city needs to enact a bid today, right? Bid-like services. If we can get people on the street providing kind of bid-like services as soon as possible, whether that be through city employees, maybe there's some other a service we could hire, but we really need to start investing money in our downtown. And I think we cannot wait 1 or 2 years for a bid to be up and running. Maybe we as a city can direct some resources to maybe establish a bid light and try to close that gap between now and when the bid is up and running.
Counselor, excuse me. I'm the Finance Committee czar. We have a lot more people who want to speak.
Okay, then I'll try to wrap it up. But I'm a downtown councilor, and this is probably the most important issue affecting the city today.
This is a citywide issue.
Okay, right, I understand that. Secondly, I know this is something that I've been ringing the bell on, but our downtown bridges, I think. I know it's cost prohibitive to kind of do all the bridges at this point, but maybe if we could just pick Center Street, right? Maybe we could find out what the cost is to do Center Street alone and then enact public-private partnership to try to fund, that bridge. I don't think we're going to get a grant anytime soon to pay for it. We have to. I know we got other financial issues, but we got to dig in our pocket and try to do some preventative measures to try to prevent encampments under our bridges. I think we should also consider maybe toilets. I know there's the Portland Loo. I know it's expensive, but we should start considering maybe providing bathrooms. A bathroom facility downtown so that people can, not relieve themselves on the street. I think we need a surge into downtown. And just lastly, I think Brockton should be a champion of state legislation to try to address the needs that we have downtown. I think we should get our state delegation together. I think we should identify any legislation that's currently pending that would help with this issue. And if nothing's pending, I think we should draft some legislation and really champion some state involvement with what's going on downtown. And I'd be happy to work with our state delegation to do so. Again, I believe we're in crisis downtown. I believe we need a surge of resources downtown. I think we need to establish a bid light, and I really think that we need investment in our downtown, and it cannot happen soon enough. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being here tonight.
Thank you. Just if you don't mind, Madam Chair, just a couple of things. So Jasmine, since she's been in my office, again, her past practice was she was at Father Bill's Mainspring, and then Corin Capiello left to go to the schools, and I was fortunate to have Jasmine Bradshaw come to the mayor's office. She's been utilizing interns. There's 2 interns right now. I mean, they're not paid, so I hear what you're saying, Council, in terms of trying to get some additional bodies that are paid employees. I can also, and I want to thank Mary Waldron. She wears many hats, but I had a walking tour with her, not as OCPC, but as the acting DBA chair. We met with some businesses downtown. They're saying the exact same thing. Can also tell you the DPW folks are doing yeoman's work as well. I mean, when they took that job, they didn't think they'd be cleaning up human excrement. And I walk around City Hall every morning when I get here at 7:30, and the needles are on the steps at 45 School Street. So, you know, I want to thank Brewster Ambulance for picking up. We have to do something. We have to do something. I don't have the answer. We have to figure it out collaboratively. I have a meeting tomorrow at 2 o'clock. I have it every other week with the State Delegation Council, so I'll bring that up. Let's see what we can do with Beacon Hill to try to help the city of Brockton as well. But it's a human problem right now. The folks, the newer folks that are here, are more dangerous, they're more vocal, they're definitely dealing with mental health and behavioral health and drug and substance abuse, there's no doubt about that. So we have to figure out how we can provide the services that they need. The Portland Loo costs about $150,000. When I was a kid, there were 2 bathrooms outside of City Hall, and we had overdoses and people lost their life, and previous mayors took those away. So I know I've spoken to Pat Hill about maybe putting some outdoor bathrooms, and he's not necessarily in favor of that because of the fact that once that door's shut, if people overdose, nobody's going to see the Narcan, no one's going to save their lives. So, you know, it's a slippery slope. We can't afford for that renaissance downtown to fade away. We can't afford for the Joe Angelo folks and the Tamboo and the Prados and any of those folks to move away. We just can't afford it. You know, Brockton Beer right now is hurting as well. We can't afford to have them leave. So it's all hands on deck. I can tell you as long as I'm mayor, and even if I'm not reelected, I'm still going to be a Brocktonian. We need to come up with a plan, a strategic plan from the city council, from the mayor, from the school committee, from the state delegation, but also our partners in Washington have to step up as well.
Now, would you be willing, if in the development of this plan, I mean, understandably, it's going to require money. Are we willing to spend the money that it's going to take to implement a plan? Now, we got DIF funding, we got the 40R funding, maybe unestimated receipts, or it's going to take money, right, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
And so
what I will tell you is the gentleman right here, that's the CFO for the City of Brockton. He's also serving as CFO right now on the school side as well. You know, he's the guy that can do the due diligence to see what available funds we may have. But I also think we could be missing the boat on some grant fund opportunities as well. So, you know, the fact that myself, Sue Joss, Peter Evers from BAMSI, and Mary Waldron had a call the other day, that's what it's about, right? So does it make me happy as a father when I drive my kid every day to school and see people going to the bathroom and doing other things under the bridges? No. Quite honestly, it ticks me off as a taxpayer. So as the mayor, we have to figure out how we can fix that. Brockton Police, I want to thank Derek Salamone and also Will Schliemann. We had a meeting with Chris Cooney and Mary the other day with John Messia from my office and Jasmine to try to figure out what can we do. What can we do? It's unacceptable to have needles and any other bad things on the ground. It's just unacceptable. On the Hispanic Heritage Parade, and you and I marched it, Jeff, there was a needle right on 45 schools, right on the ground, right outside here, with little kids walking by. Unacceptable.
Now, what would you say as to, say, bid-like services, more of a constant presence downtown?
Yeah, I'll let the money guy talk about that, because I don't know what that would cost, but he can try to figure that out.
Right. I mean, the idea of having people downtown where they can pick up needles, where they can clean off the feces, where they can pick up the trash, where we can direct people out of the enclaves that we find them everywhere over at Elvira's, whether it's in an enclave in front of her establishment or behind her establishment or throughout the little nooks and crannies. People walking the street, having a presence, wearing a vest, wearing something that identifies them as a city employee, being able to make quick contact with the Brockton Police.
As long as it's done in a safe manner. Tommy Williams is great from Park. I think the guy walks everywhere. But there is a different mental capacity going on in the city right now where there's some violent folks. So I would not be doing my job as mayor if I put anybody in harm's way. But if we can come up with a mechanism, Brewster, as part of the contract, has to pick up the needles. I don't want Brocktonians to pick up the needles. It's unsafe. But I will let Troy kind of figure out what the dollar cost would be. I support the bid 100%. So if we can figure out on a local level early on, let's try to do it.
Right. I mean, there's people that they would hire, right, to provide those. So maybe there's some outside service that could provide that type of service. Maybe. I mean, or we could try to form it in-house or something. I just think that we need more of a presence, an everyday presence, so that these business owners can see that there is somebody out there moving people along, cleaning up the needles, cleaning up the trash. I feel like right now we're playing a little whack-a-mole, and we get a call, we run out there, and we get another call, we're running over here. But if we had more of a proactive strategy where we had people on the street every single day, then maybe those calls would lessen because we got more of a presence and doing a proactive job.
I concur with that, and I think in the evening, more heightened light. We want to use more light as well, brighter locations to clear people away. We just have to be careful because of what was just said by the lawyers in terms of the ACLU. I mean, I voted for the panhandling when I was on the council. I thought it was a great thing. It would have cost us a lot of money if we didn't repeal it. So I think everything needs to be on the table. I don't have the magic answers. I don't pretend to. But I think everybody in this room can work together to come up with a resolution.
And I think, again, just on my idea of a homeless czar or somebody that's, I know, Jasmine, you're doing, you do an amazing job. But again, you've got so much on your plate. I don't know, maybe, we've reorganized inspectional services to put it under somebody. Maybe, we got the police department, we got DPW, we got social services, we've got all of these kind of different departments that are involved to try to, address this issue, and again, when a government starts working, sometimes it's pointing fingers and all of that, and maybe if we could identify somebody who could take it on as a collateral, or maybe, as if we get somebody to hire Jasmine, somebody's on the street kind of doing Jasmine's job. Now Jasmine can kind of be, kind of focus all of these different departments together. But I just think that we need kind of somebody who sees the big picture and is directing all hands to accomplish this mission.
I think it's a good suggestion, and I think what I'll do is I'll ask Jasmine to ask one of her interns to look at what other cities in the Commonwealth are doing. What are the other gateways? Maybe it already exists in Fitchburg or Haverhill, I don't know. But I don't think we would ever say no to that. I think we just have to figure out how to incorporate it, number one, with the money, but also who is that person? Who is he or she going to fall under? So
right.
I will tell you right now that I know that Councilor said he's going to continue this. By the time it's continued, heard again, we'll report back.
Great. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And I'm willing to work with you, Mr. Mayor, the rest of the City Council, to really try to wrap our hands around this issue. And just, Jasmine holds a homeless task force every Wednesday, 11 to 12, right?
10 to 11 every other Wednesday.
Every other Wednesday. Yeah, and I would just recommend, I'm going to make a better effort to attend these meetings, but I think all the city councilors should be involved in the homeless task force to try to better understand what the issues are and how we can solve them, help solve them. But thank you.
Councilor Tavares.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jasmine. Actually, I totally agree with my colleague, and I just listened to the lawyer. End of the day, we deal with the human. Not necessarily because they are homeless, but they are human. We need to respect that. A couple of days I've been working right there in Carver Street. I see a lot of homeless when looking for a job. Not necessarily because they're homeless, they're not human. We need to attack them. Because I know we always get the resource for police officer, but some police officer doesn't know how to deal with them. They feel like they're being attacked by an officer. And then because with the uniform and all that, they feel like, they're unprotected. My point of views, my goals, literally, we need to find out why they're homeless. We need literally to find out, we need to get a resource for them, even create a job. Let me tell you, this week, I want you guys all to stop by Carver Street, Cottag Street. I literally hire my colleague, Councilor Teixeira, stop by, hire literally 7 homeless to do the work. Because they just show up looking for a job. I have a lot of conversation with them. Well, of course, they work for 1 hour, 3 hours. What I decided to do, I decided to make them clean over grass. As you can see, you go right there, Carver Street to look very clean and nice and neat. I think what we need to do, kind of literally find a resource, kind of find Jasmine, kind of guide them, say, hey, even though I give them 3 hours job, I know they're looking for some job, whatever, give them something to do. If we give them each day, we said, okay, we create some fund, say, okay, let's go this, let's clean that. That way we can make it Brockton more clean, make them occupied, and then find some resource, housing from them. Because a lot of them sleep in the car, because sometimes when they go to the shelter, they already closed, because I think the last hour is 4 o'clock. We have a lot of vacant property in Brockton. I think literally we need to apply for a grant, fix those vacant property, kind of literally guide them through. Not necessarily we need to attack them. We need to hire more police officer. We need to give them more grant to police officer to take them out of the street. Because at the end of the day, some of them, they have life before. We don't know what make them become like, roomless. We literally need to understand and comprehend and work with them for them to feel human. Not necessarily, we can see right now, is increasing like mental health. We need to find out why. Why we have more mental health right now? As we can see, the life is very expensive. The rents went up like hell, I can tell you. Some people can't afford it. Work 14 hourly and get paid $3,000 monthly. Food is like, I can't even talk about it. And then no one can afford a life right now. It's so crucial. And then my goals, I hope we all can work together instead of hire more officers or take them out of the street, because they are human like us. We need to work together, understanding why you're on the street, why you this, that. How can we work together? Partner with them, give them a little job, make them busy, find a place for them to stay. And then see, I think that's the only solution we have. Because even though we keep a high police officer, I know I see a lot of police officers on the bike today, all over the place looking great, but some people is very scared about police officer. Because some of them, just because they have a uniform, they don't know how to deal with the human. And then they just hey, I'm an officer, hey, you know what I mean? They feel scared. I think literally we needed to work with them and try to understand and collaborate with them, find a resource with them, make them busy, try to understand why, and work with them. That's my point of view. And then I'd like you guys to stop by Carriage Street tomorrow to see the work we've been done with the room less, and in the street you look very nice and very neat. And then I think that's the best way. I try on my one thing just to kind of figure it out, because every time they approach it to me, they ask me for a job, and then I say, what can you do? They said, anything. I can clean, I can do anything. And then why you like that? Oh, they keep on telling me about the story. I have a family. I did this. I was in jail. I was blah, blah, blah. I was listening to them and kind of talk to them. And, it just, they are good. They're people. They have good sense. But it's just because they could afford their life. Or people does not believe on them because they're on the street, and then they keep on judging all the time. They keep on throwing up all the time instead of they kind of understand or help them. That's my point of views. I think I know it's so many grant. We're talking about grant, but we not literally put the right way. That's my point. We kind of work with them to see if we put that, we implement that, we can just give it a try for 3 months if we can see people in the street like that. That's my last I can say, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Azak?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be quick. I agree with a lot of what Councilor Thompson mentioned, but as Solicitor Bridges stated, this is a national issue, and this has been going on in Brockton for way too long. We all want a solution, and we all agree Jasmine needs more help. I think a few extra hands doing what she does will help us come to a solution. But as much as I'm all about downtown, I'm not a downtown city councilor. I represent Ward 7, but this issue is happening everywhere in the city. We were up at, over the weekend, Saturday, at Beers, Brews, no, it was Brews, Bites, and Beers, I believe. It was the food truck festival up at Westgate Mall, which was amazing, attended by over 1,000 people, and the security up at the mall is complaining about the homeless issue. They're dealing with it inside the mall. The businesses along the mall are dealing with it. Reynolds Highway, it's happening everywhere in the city, even on Belmont Street, which I consider as our new main street. Businesses on Belmont Street are affected by the homeless situation. So I just don't want us to just focus on downtown and forget about everybody, because we need the whole city to flourish. And so I just want to make sure that I'm advocating. Business owners are frustrated. So when Solicitor Bridges said that, you know, this is cruel and unusual punishment, well, I think we should turn around and sue them for cruel and unusual punishment. Picking up somebody's human waste or watching them, you know, do drugs or whatever it is that they're dealing with, that's affecting law-abiding citizens. And it's, and we're all, I have a heart, and I know everybody here does, and the homeless issue is, I always say it could be any one of us at one point. Mental illness is a serious problem, but it's affecting everybody. It's affecting law-abiding citizens, and we as a community need to find a solution. So, Mayor, you know, you've already heard from my colleagues. We support you. Whatever we need to do with the state, you know, as far as state delegation, federal delegation, and you even mentioned what are other communities doing? Well, they're putting them on buses and sending them to us. So how about we put the group on a bus and send them somewhere else? And I don't mean to be funny, because it's not a funny issue, but that's what we see them. They're coming in by groups. They're coming in from surrounding communities. They're not all Brockton people. One of the comments was, you know, we have to find them housing. What I'm hearing, and what I've been hearing for years, the people that we're having a problem following the law are people that don't want to go to the shelter. Right. They don't want to go. They don't want a bed to sleep in. They want to be in the street. That was our problem with Tent City, is that the homeless community wanted to live by their laws on, you know, public property, and or in that case it was private property, but to do what they want to do. They don't want to go to the shelter. So, and lastly, my only comment is, we need to, what can we do as a council to create something to help our police? I mean, I think, I'm figuring they can enforce the homeless population that's in the roadway. That's public safety. I mean, they should be able to get them out from actually being on a street between cars, and as well as doing drugs in public. So whatever we can do to, if we need to create something to give them, you know, for them to be able to enforce that, I think we're all prepared to do that. I think you want to say something?
Yeah, no, Council, I was just going to say, I concur with you. I mean, we were talking about the downtown, but we've been dealing with your ward. George Washington Toma has another 2 homeless encampments behind them. Someone actually threw a brick at their new camera outside. So Jasmine's going up there tomorrow as well, and we've already worked with Pat and his team to clear that out with all the rubbish and
Harry's
stuff they
Pub,
left up there. Yeah, Harry's
Westgate
Pub, the old
Lanes,
Westgate Lanes as well. So that whole nook of the entrance, some of that's privately owned, some is DW property, but we're definitely working on that. In terms of the police, I'll let the chief speak on that. I do know that when we met just last week with Will and Derek, it was stated that when they are summoned to court, a lot of times, number one, if they don't look healthy, the clerk, magistrate won't even let them into the courthouse, and they'll have to go to the hospital, and that's gonna free up, not free up, it's gonna cost our police time, because they're going to have to accompany them, number one. Number two, the judge is going to kick them, and so they might be tied up for a little bit, but then they're going to be back on the streets. But I'll let the chief and her team say something. But
thank you, Mayor.
Ward 7 is, all the wards are pivotal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To speak to what the mayor mentioned, logistically, when we deal with our unhoused population, they tend to be unhealthy, unwell, oftentimes in need of medical care. It can be detoxing. So when we do arrest them, bring them back to the station, book them, and get them to court when court is open. So if we arrested someone this evening, they wouldn't go to court till tomorrow morning at the earliest. Oftentimes, they're suffering from the withdrawals of whatever alcohol or drugs that they tend to take. They're denied entry into the courthouse at the door. And so now we have to take 1 or 2 officers and transport this person to the hospital to get medically checked. And if they are admitted, they could be there for days, which ties up our resources. It costs us money, oftentimes for a low-level misdemeanor that all likelihood they're not going to see any time in the Plymouth County House of Corrections. So it's difficult for us. Sometimes we choose to summons these people to court. The end result is the same. They're going to get the same criminal disposition. What it does is it frees us up, our officers, to address other issues that are important, I don't want to say more serious, but they're important. We have officers on the street available to respond to our medical emergencies, our car accidents, our domestics, other issues. Again, they're still held accountable for their actions. People that we see recurring over and over again, the recidivism, they do end up in custody. They do end up with us. And we address it at that time. I think that answers that question. And Councilor Tavares, to speak to your comments earlier, a lot of times it is that interaction. I did hear you when you deal with the folks out here in the community. I'll wake them up, good morning. And they oftentimes come from a place of trauma. So they are untrusting of us, or we're waking them up from a sound sleep. And they're concerned that they're going to get robbed or beaten or something like that. They don't know who it is. I'll say good morning. I'll address them appropriately. I'll build that relationship with them. And I'll let them know it's the police. So before they even open their eyes, what they're hearing is good morning, it's the police. You got to get up. It's 9 a.m. I'll tell them what time it is, and I'll address them appropriately. And as they're gathering their belongings, make sure you have your wallet, make sure you have your medication, because if the city comes through and cleans, make sure you have those things, because they're groggy sometimes, often woken up. And make sure they have those things. Oh, by the way, do you know Peg? Peg works at the Champion Plan, either yes or no. If the answer is no, Peg's over here. Go see her. She'll tell you the process to get into a substance abuse treatment and help navigate that. Peg's at the Champion Plan right on Crescent Street. I'll explain how they enter into that. Make sure they don't have any warrants, because you can't enter into a substance use treatment if you have warrants. Maybe you want to go check at the courthouse first. Make sure you don't have any warrants if you have open cases. Make sure everything's on track, because when you don't have that address, the court paperwork is not going to find you. If you miss a court date because you don't know what today's date is, because you no longer have a cell phone, it's difficult. So it's a difficult path. And most of our offices, if not all of them, understand that. And they do have a good interaction with the folks out there that are unhoused. They build relationships. They try to guide them into the services that are there by sending them to that CIT, that crisis intervention training. I mentioned earlier, they understand the different resources that are out there locally and statewide. And it's about building that. And when you have that relationship, sometimes they tell you about something more serious that's going on. Oh, hey, I heard over here this has happened. Over there, I saw this the other day. You build that relationship. You find it some of those more serious things.
Because it's important when they gain trust on you, and then you can hear more stuff, and they feel like, a little trust. That's why we want to see it.
And it does. It builds. Your interaction today, tomorrow's going to be a little better, next week's going to be a little better. You treat them with respect.
Correct.
And hopefully they'll start respecting you in return, and hopefully one day they take that advice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant. I know it's not easy. It's not an easy job, but thank you for all you do. So I will just finally just say that I will plead with people at home. I know it's not easy not to give them money and not to look at them, but if I will plead, if you don't encourage them and they know they can't make money, maybe they'll get discouraged and get off our streets or on the highway and not put their lives in danger, as well as the lives of people that are driving. I know if I, God forbid, ever hit anybody, I'd never be able to forgive myself. So I can't, I ask everybody, please give them, donate in a different way, maybe to the shelters or some other way. But if you hand them money, it's going to encourage them, and they're going to know that they can make money on our streets. Lastly, this is a suggestion. Should we have, I know I had BAMSI come in a few years ago, I think now we're going, maybe a year or two. Should we have them come in again? Because I think they have a program where they pick up the needles. I mean, I don't feel this is fair to our city employees to have to do all, this all the time. So if you feel that's something, I can have, contact them, have them come in again and publicly kind of go over what they do.
So we have a list of probably anywhere from like 8 to 10 organizations that can go and pick up needles that are trained, including myself. So if we're doing outreach and I see them, I do have the supplies to do so. We have the BAMSI Cope Center, we have Brockton Neighborhood Health Center, the outreach team at Father Bill's is able to do so, and we have a few other nonprofits that are currently training their staff to do so as well. And looking into getting the supplies. So we'll have additional people that can, but I can also provide the list of agencies that do that, as well as Brewster to you guys, if that would be helpful to be able to give out to constituents.
That would be great. I would love that information. That would be great. Thank you, Jasmine.
Council, we were actually in discussions about bringing everybody for a roundtable discussion. We are going to do that, but I think it might even be better to do it here. If a resolve invites all of those entities, so that, number one, it educates and informs, right? I didn't know there was 8 organizations that does that, right? In my mind, it's Brewster, but I know COPE definitely does. So if nobody objects, I mean, we would love to get all of them to come before you. And then also Jasmine is working to compile the list, and we can get that to all the elected officials as well. It would be just, if any constituent calls you, it'd be helpful information.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think that would be great. So we'll do that on behalf, possibly on the full council.
Yep.
Put
We'll work
together
with
a
Jasmine
resolve, bring them in.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, that's about it for my questions, but thank you again. Lastly, I did say that was the last question, but say a resident is having an altercation with a homeless person, what can they do? Can they call the police? I mean, will the police go out? What can we do, if you don't mind answering that last question?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Encourage them to call us. That's what we do all the time, is dispute resolution, try to mediate any dispute that's going on. Absolutely call us. We're here 24 hours a day.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Minicello.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. I'm going to approach this a little bit differently. I'm going to try to approach it as the glass is half full. We have a city where we have a lot of people that want to invest here. We have a city where we have a lot of people that want to live here, can't afford to live here. We have a city that has, I would say, a housing shortage. We have a city with taxpayers who want to stay here, want to invest in the city, wants the city to grow, thrive, just like other municipalities, other cities or towns. So we have really a good foundation. I've listened to all my colleagues, and we've all talked about these quality of life type of issues. The broken window situation. We have a quality of life task force. I think we need to have sort of a centralization of that quality of life manager or director, so that we have a hotline of some sort for taxpayers to call when they have these type of, I'm going to call them nuisance type of situations, but that are serious situations. I mean, we've all witnessed it. I've witnessed people in the middle of what I call suicide intersection, Pleasant Street, West Street, at the mall, going in and out of the cars, coming off of the highway. Now, the cars coming off the highway, I can assure you, many of them are doing more than the speed limit, but people are coming off the islands. When someone exercises their free speech and says to them, get a job, the person who doesn't like that, and they smack the car or try to damage the car because the driver's exercising their right of free speech, but yet the person panhandling can exercise their right of free speech and basically be there, annoy people, do what they want, pollute, leave trash, whatever. So we really need, I think, to come together and have a quality of life director or task force or hotline for these types of issues. It's a very sporadic type of a situation. I reach out to people like Pat Hill, to the chief, and they're always, when they can help me, they help me. People speeding through neighborhoods in huge trucks that aren't supposed to be on certain streets. The chief will have a patrol there, and the people call me up, oh my God, they're writing tickets. They're writing tickets to these big trucks that are zipping through our neighborhoods, and we're scared for our kids. These are the types of quality of life issues that people care about. Taxpayers, deserve for their resources to go towards the things that they care about. There are people in this city who come here from other places. They're not Brocktonians. They don't want to be Brocktonians. They don't want to contribute to this community, and that's fine. But go somewhere else. We're not going to allow you to basically desecrate our streets, desecrate our sidewalks, make life miserable for the average tax-paying property taken care of taxpayer, parents who want their kids to go to schools and not go into a field where we have to pay the custodians. When I was on the school committee with Mr. D'Agostino, we had to actually pay custodians, train them to pick up needles in the morning. That's disgusting and disgraceful. These are not Brocktonians. These are not people that care about our community. And I don't think anyone here is going to defend that kind of behavior. But, we have plenty of people that want to be here. We need to focus our attention on Brockton, on the people who want to stay here, want to invest here. And because guess what? It's a great place. It's a great location. It's a wonderful city where not everyone looks the same, and that's a great thing. That's a good thing. We want to be here, and we will stay here, but we need to take care of the little things, and that's all. We can do it. We just need to focus on it. We need to care enough about it. You can't say, well, that's a small thing. We can't. No, there's so many of the small things. They add up to a big thing. There's so many of these little small things that it's now become a big thing. But thank goodness there's plenty of good people that want to stay here and will work with us and want to stay downtown and want to invest in downtown and want to stay in the nice neighborhoods in every single ward in this city, 1 through 7. There's great places in all those wards. There's great places in downtown. Downtown, my God, there's some beautiful architecture that's being built. There's some gorgeous apartments. Councilor Rodriguez and Thompson and I and many of the other councilors have gone and visited some of these beautiful places. They're gorgeous, first-rate apartments that could be, in Boston. They could be wherever, We just have to care enough about these small things, and we need to create a centralized system where the taxpayer says, yeah, I'm calling that hotline. I'm calling the hotline, and there needs to be someone on the other end doing something, sending someone out, whether it's, a representative of the Public Works Department. That call has got to be directed to the right department, and there needs to be action so that people know that we care, because we do care, because we love our city. So we can do it.
So currently, for anyone at home and for any of the counselors that might not know, all of the Equality of Life Task Force locations or concern areas come through the mayor's office. I put together the list that we go over every week, and then if there's new concerns that show up before we meet, anyone that's invited to the meeting just brings them up during the meeting and we would go over them. But if there's ever quality of life concerns that need to be addressed immediately, if it's police related, obviously someone can call the police department. But if not, if you call the mayor's office, Jay DeGrace and John Messia in our office always immediately reach out to whichever department would be able to assist with that. If it's something to do with our unhoused population, it would immediately come to me. If it's any type of social services, and it could be something like someone needs food, someone needs help finding services to help, stay in their home, please direct them to me. I would be more than happy to assist them. It doesn't always seem like it, but my role covers a vast array of things, and they don't always seem like social services. But even if there's a question, please send them my way, and I'll do whatever I can.
Great. I'm going to need your contact information, and we're going to need to expand that department, because there's an overwhelming demand for action. And there's plenty of people that are frustrated because when they do call, they do get the response, well, we only have so many officers, and, we do have some more serious calls. We will get to you. When I get the complaints from the people where fireworks are going off and in their neighborhood, those are the last people that get visited on a busy summer night when crazy things are happening, or there's a party. How many times do I get the call, hey, Tom, there's a party, and they won't stop playing the music, and the police were there, but now the music keeps going on once the police leave. These are the types of small things that need to be addressed in a quicker manner, but we understand there's only so much. There's only so many resources, but if we could focus them, invest in these types of responses and how to, and send the different departments that need to deal with certain issues. We're not going to send the police when there's someone's polluting, defecating, whatever. leaving their mattress, leaving their, grimy this or grimy that in front of, someone's, a shop owner's door. That's not a police call. That's got to be, another department, So we need to really filter those through so that there is a quicker response to the taxpayer, so that they know that we care, and we all care, but we just need to pay more attention to the small things because there's too many of them allowed to go on. Oh, before I forget, how many times have I talked to people who have complained to me about unregistered, whatever they are, scooters, when I was a kid, if we had a dirt bike and we were driving in the streets, the cops would end up confiscating the dirt bike. So, today, forget about it. These people are driving this, that, and the other thing, they're zipping up the sidewalks. It's amazing.
Counselor?
Oh, sorry. Yes, Madam President, I digress. Yes, she is the czar tonight. Okay, so that's my point. I'm willing to join any task force that the mayor may have or wants to focus on in order to basically develop a serious plan to deal with these quality of life type issues in a more effective or broader way for the taxpayer of Brockton. And I'm sure my colleagues are willing to. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Councilor D'Agostino.
I promise I'll be quick. So first thing, I agree with everything my colleagues have said, and we're certainly not going to solve this issue tonight. This is the beginning of probably many discussions on this issue before we come up with any solutions. Whatever solution we go with, though, I do want to add to the discussion that we have to keep in mind that we're talking about folks who are experiencing homelessness, drug addiction. They are also human beings, and we need to keep that in our minds with whatever we decide to do to address that issue. And I just wanted to make sure I added that to the conversation. I do have one question that popped into my head when you were talking about the champion plan. I had a call from a constituent a little while back, concerned about a relative of theirs who was struggling with addiction, and one of the concerns about the champion plan, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done about this. I'm wondering if, when you come in and say I want help, basically you could find yourself right off to jail to deal with whatever issue there might be out there. And that was her concern was, is that a deterrent from folks going in to try to get help to get the treatment they need to try to get off the drugs? Is there an option or an ability to change that so that we can deal with the addiction issue, and then once they're on track, okay, you still got to deal with this other stuff over here, but now you're clean, you're sober, what have you?
It's a great question. It's one I actually had myself. I asked that same question, had meetings with the district attorney's office to see if there was a way to clear warrants in order to not have to arrest that person when they present to the police station lobby. And there isn't. They have to go to court and answer those criminal charges. In the programs that accept people with substance use disorder, they won't accept them with a warrant. It's just procedural, unfortunately. It is a roadblock, you're 100% right, but it's one that we can't overcome.
Okay. I don't know, maybe, and again, we're not going to resolve that tonight either, but maybe that can be a part of the longer conversation of how can we invite people in off the streets who say, I want to get off drugs, off alcohol, I want to get back on track, without our first step to say, great, we're here to help you, here's your cell for the night, or off to court you go. And again, we're not going to resolve that tonight. That program obviously doesn't give us that flexibility, but maybe there's something else out there that...
So you can actually call, so I help people with it all the time, whether it's over the phone or in person. I can make the phone calls for people to go into a program directly if they don't want to go through the champion plan. The detoxes themselves will not ask if the person has a warrant. The biggest issue we find with that is if the person needs to be medically cleared, so then they have to go to the hospital. And right now, with Brockton Hospital not being open, it does take a little bit longer. Brewster has been taking a lot of the brunt of that. So what they'll do is they'll actually medically clear someone in the ambulance if they can, so that the detox doesn't have to delay taking the person another day. So that's been very helpful, and that's something that we're taking advantage of right now. But there are a lot of places, like the staff at High Point can do the same thing. The Cope Center will help people get into detoxes if they need to. In all of those programs, the person doesn't have to answer some of those questions. Obviously, we would encourage them, if that's the case, to go and close them. The court, if you tell them that you're working with one of us, is more likely to either postpone your case so that you can go to treatment, or sometimes even close it the day you go in. But there are other options if people need them. So we have a whole running list in the office right now of all the different programs, including long-term, if people are looking for them.
Okay, so if someone wants to go to detox, and again, they know they have some law enforcement issues to deal with, if they go directly to the treatment facility, it sounds like they can get treatment first before having to deal with those issues. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Or Madam Czar.
Councillor Lally.
I'll be even quicker. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be as quick and as blunt as I can, and it's not any kind of coldness or ambivalence to the issue. I'm just trying, in the interest of time, to be a little less flowery. If I want to sell flowers, I'll go to Councilor Minicello's suicide intersection and take up an island. Why would this position not be in the Health and Human Services Department? This is just mostly a question I was wondering as this went on. This seems to be a Health and Human Services item, but Madam Director, you're based out of the Mayor's office. Is that a transition that is foreseeable, or is there a reason you're in the Mayor's office?
As far as I know, the Board of Health or Health and Human Services, they don't have the same level of kind of like ground contact for this type of work. So this role specifically that I have taken, that Corin held previously, is social work specific. So I have a social work license. I'm going for my second one so that I'll be able to provide sections for people if they need it. But currently I'm able to provide like counseling services, referrals. I can do like psychosocial analysis of people, all of which does in some way fall into things that the other departments would cover. But a lot of what we see is constituents just calling, looking for help, and they don't always know that the things that they are asking for is something I can address for them. So I think that's kind of where the difference is. So it's kind of its own little pocket in the mayor's office.
Yeah, I just wasn't sure whether that pocket would be there or in Health and Human Services. Thank you. Yeah, and as the solicitor said, this is a national issue, but you know, we're charged to look at these issues locally, and if you look nationally, you're seeing the results of issues like this, and they can range to you know, to places that we are not prepared to let it go. Now, it was mentioned earlier that these are regional shelters, and obviously we're going to catch people from the surrounding communities. I've had constituents reporting people getting dropped off from these other communities. But do we have, you know, just a straight up count? I know Father Bills was doing one, but theirs, when we asked them, was unclear. They left several gray areas that would allow them to overrepresent Brockton in their numbers. Do we have any kind of different idea where we can highlight it? Because one of the things I hear the most from people involved is that a lot of these people are, you know, not only are they not from Brockton, they're not from the surrounding towns either.
So we do have a large number of individuals coming from other states right now. Massachusetts is a right to shelter state, which means that you are protected and we are required to offer shelter services. We cannot turn people away. The only time that you could turn someone away is if previously they had been permanently suspended for some reason that put someone else's safety in jeopardy. So we do see an increase of people at times that come from other places. So every January, I work with the shelter and we do a point in time count, which a bunch of agencies go out one night in January, usually towards the end of the month, and count every single person that's remaining sleeping outside. That number is then added to every single number of people in shelter, every single person in a hospital or a program that reports homelessness, and then that is the number that creates the total for the state, but also the individual regions. If I'm being honest, in January, I would say it would have been closer to maybe 30 or 40 people, because you definitely don't find everybody, it has probably quadrupled at this point of people that we're seeing, and sometimes people come and go, they don't always stay. We get people that come from other places because they were suspended and then go back and appeal their suspension, or they find family to stay with. But there's a lot of gray area in that because there's never going to really be an exact count because sometimes people stay with family. But I would definitely say that right now the number is much higher. And this January, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to be shocked at the number that we're able to count this time around. So,
Fair enough. I would echo Councillor Thompson's suggestion that at this point in time, we direct our resources to the more immediate issue and hopefully divert the money that was put aside for a Director of Immigration Services to possibly 2 people to work under you. If we have $106,000 reserved for that, we can hire 2 people for $53,000 each. I also, want to acknowledge that we do have people in the audience who represent the downtown, the OCPC and Joe Angelo's, who are not on the list of guests, but they're in attendance as well. And these are, issues that we've seen all over the city, especially the panhandling. So, we do need to find a stronger response. This is not going to be something I think that we deal with entirely conventionally. It's going to require some creativity, and continuing the discussion, I would argue, is necessary. But that's all I have. What's my time, Madam Chair?
Good enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm very familiar with what the 3 of you do, and I'm very grateful for your work. And I want to emphasize that you work in every ward of the city because this problem is throughout the city. It is not, sometimes you think, oh, I'm driving through the downtown, I see so many people, and yes, we do, but this problem is everywhere. And I've spoken to all of you about the problems I encounter in Ward 4 and that my residents encounter. I think this is a fascinating and complicated human problem. And you mentioned, Councillor Farwell, about continuing this discussion. So I would entertain a motion.
Just point of information on that.
Yeah.
If we continue this as written, do we have the ability to change the invited guest list and add different people, or are we locked into who's invited tonight?
No, I think we can, yes. I think we can change the list and alter it based on who else we want to hear from.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Actually, I'm going to move to postpone this to November FinCom and to invite the various retail business organizations in the city to come in and discuss this issue with us. Montello, Campello, downtown. I don't know if the Westgate Mall Merchants Association is still viable.
Point of information, Westgate's part of Montello Business Association.
They are now?
Yes.
All right. But in other words, I would leave it to your discretion, Madam Chair, to expand on the visitor list, but also ask our current guests to return because there might be some legal updates that might be helpful.
Okay, and all of you, let me know who you like, invited, okay?
Okay.
So the motion is to postpone to a FinCom in November, which would be at your discretion, and the list to be developed.
Second.
Thank you. A motion's been made and properly seconded to postpone, and we'll have you back at that time. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you. And thank you to all of you. You've provided wonderful information and discussion for us. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess. We're back in session. Thank you.
Item number 13, resolve, whereas many Brockton Public School students walk to and from school, and whereas pedestrians use sidewalks and roadways for travel, and whereas councilors receive periodic inquiries and complaints from residents regarding intersection, pedestrian, and student safety, and whereas it is critically important to update and renew goals and objectives for the safety of residents through the efforts of our Traffic Commission and Department of Public Works. Now therefore be it resolved, the Traffic Commissioner and the DPW Commissioner be invited to a meeting of the council to discuss the feasibility and implementation of a citywide study to update regulatory signage, crosswalk markings, areas lacking sidewalks, and such other issues as may relate to the safety of school children and pedestrians. Invited Captain Mark Porcaro, Brockton Police Department, Patrick Hill, DPW Commissioner.
Councilor Farwell.
Madam Chair, I filed this, and because we have two very serious matters that will be lengthy coming up, I would move to postpone this to the next FinCom meeting.
Second.
All right.
On the motion, we do have the captain and the commissioner here. Should we at least kind of open the conversation, or, I mean, they've been waiting this whole time. It's up to you, okay. I just feel like they've been sitting there all the...
I mean, we have the school committee here, and...
Yeah, and there's a motion on the floor, and they've spoken on other matters tonight.
Okay.
Okay, so it's motion on the floor. It's been properly seconded to postpone this to the next FinCom meeting. All in favor? Anyone opposed? Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
Item number 14, resolved that the City Council requests all members of the Brockton School Committee appear at a meeting of the council for the purpose of an inquiry into the recent announcement of a $14 million deficit because of overspending of appropriations and other revenues in fiscal year 2023. Invited Mayor Robert F. Sullivan, Chair of the School Committee, Kathleen Ehlers, Ward 1 School Committee, and Vice Chair, Cynthia Rivas-Mendez, Ward 2 School Committee Member, Jared Homer, Ward 3 School Committee Member, Tony Rodriguez, Ward 4 School Committee Member, Judy Sullivan, Ward 5 School Committee Member, Joyce Azak, Ward 6 School Committee Member, Timothy Sullivan, Ward 7 School Committee Member.
Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair and City Council members. Thank you so much for having us tonight. If you would allow me to begin by saying a few words, just to open up the conversation. The school committee is working diligently, as I'm sure some of you are already aware, to learn how we ended with a deficit in the fiscal year 23 budget. Part of that is hiring an independent, completely independent to Brockton auditing firm to be able to do that work. Due to the desire for transparency, and not just accuracy, but transparency and community involvement, the committee has appointed an advisory committee, which will include members of the community, to select this audit firm. We anticipate making this selection in the next coming weeks. We understand that you asked us here to answer your questions this evening. You likely are going to have more questions than we have answers tonight. We will be happy to take your questions, but we will likely be unable to answer many of them tonight, given the audit has not even been finished. So I open the floor to questions for anyone.
Thank you. Councilor Farwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the members of the school committee, I guess you're all here, and to Ms. Ehlers and to the mayor. I don't intend to ask any specific questions, because I do agree that we have to have an independent audit done. I mean, we don't know what we don't know.
Correct.
But I do want to go through some comments and some issues so that I have a better understanding of how you all operate, which will give me, at least, and all of us, some understanding of maybe where we got to where we are. And I do want to tell you that this has been a personal issue for me, because in 1991, the city was $14 million in debt. And that's the very reason why I ran for office. I saw 31 police officers, 35 firefighters, and I think 200 teachers laid off. And I was on the school committee at the time, and I was so incensed, I said, well, I'm going to run for mayor because at least I can balance revenues with expenditures. And the rest is history. We had a financial control board for a couple of years, and all of us at that time, every department head, Jay Condon, the chief financial officer, we promised this would never happen again, and here we are. And I have not been able to wrap my mind around how this could happen now in an age of so many software programs and computers. So to give you an idea of how serious this issue is, I'm going to read to you an excerpt from Chapter 324 of the Acts of 1990, which was a state law passed back then just because of the city of Brockton's issues. Any official who intentionally violates the provisions of this section shall be personally liable to the city for any amounts expended in excess of an appropriation to the extent that the city does not recover such amounts from the person or persons to whom such amounts were paid. The trial court of the Commonwealth or a single justice of the Supreme Judicial Court shall have jurisdiction to adjudicate claims brought by the city hereunder and to order such relief as the court may find claims brought by the city hereunder and to order such relief as the court may find appropriate to prevent further violations of this section. Any official who violates the provisions of this section or of Section 7 above shall be subject to removal for cause. For the purposes of this statute, the word official shall mean a city department head, permanent, temporary, or acting, including the superintendent of schools and all municipal boards, committees, including the school committee, and commissions which recommend, authorize, or approve the expenditure of funds. So this, what has happened, and I'm not suggesting it be done, people could be held personally liable to pay back the funds that have been expended inappropriately. So having spent 14 years in the school committee, 10 from Ward 1 and 4 as mayor, I take it that you still craft a budget with help from administrative staff. You have a public hearing, which is required by Chapter 71, and then that budget is sent to us and to the mayor for approval. Have I missed any step there?
You have not missed a step there, except for the fact that when we are given our budget, and I do not want to speak for Mr. Clarkson, but when we're given our budget, in your budget, it's one line item, which I think you probably understand. And so when you allot, like, to the school committee, $216 million, that's one line item in your budget, but there is no other real oversight that happens through the city after that. The fiscal responsibility, the fiduciary responsibility is with the CFO and the assistant CFO and the superintendent from that moment forward.
And the school committee?
Correct.
Okay, that's because I really want to get that out there. It's your budget. I mean, you send it to us. We, under Chapter 71, 37M, or whatever it is, we send it to you, and we have no more authority after that to outline where you should expend the funds. It is now in the school committee's hands to do that. So,
and let me just clarify, it is in the school committee's hands to provide oversight onto that.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So the other thing, because there's been talk about it in public, every budget that has been submitted, at least since I've been here, we have approved without reductions. So if you have asked for a certain amount, we have always approved it. So any suggestion that we have not provided you with the funds that you requested or required, I just want it on the record that if you asked for it, we gave it to you. And I want that to be very clearly understood by the public.
I would not disagree with that, and I don't know if you are specifically referring to something, but what I will say is in the school committee meetings, it's been made very clear that what we have asked for, we've received both from the state and from the city.
Yes. Yeah. Now, and by the way, I understand you're going to be the temporary spokesperson, apparently, for everyone, but you do have subcommittees that meet on specific topics, correct?
Correct. We have about 13 subcommittees.
All right. And do you have an accounts committee?
We do. We have an accounts review.
And who is the chair of the accounts committee?
It's the chairperson is different every year. So we reappoint in January of every year.
Who is the current chairperson of the accounts committee?
I'm actually, off the top of my head, I'm not 100% sure.
We know who was the chair last year?
Oh, it's Cynthia Rivas-Mendez.
Okay. And how many accounts committee meetings have we held for calendar year 2023?
Well, normally with the accounts review, we go almost every, and I will say that Ms. Rivas-Mendez is pretty good about this and in terms of keeping us on track.
Well, with all due respect, she should know. Why don't we have her? Why don't we have, how many accounts committee meetings have we had?
Hi, we've had our accounts meeting every 6 weeks when school was in session. We were supposed to meet during the summer, but the person that was appointed that worked with me to do accounts review was laid off. So we will be meeting soon. And in regards to accounts review, everything we asked for, Unfortunately, there were many things that weren't given to us, or the questions weren't answered appropriately. But I was the chair last year and this year as well, to answer your question.
So, again, how many have we had for calendar year 2023?
So if we count from, I would have to take out my calendar to count it for you exactly. So if you give me a second, since January, 1, 2, 4, 5, about six this year, yes.
All right, what makes it very interesting is that when I went back to research this issue, none of those meetings are posted. And
They should be.
And no minutes are posted either. I can't go back and look to see what was your agenda for those meetings and what was discussed and what votes were taken. And by the way, that's true to the school committee. All of your subcommittee meeting minutes are not posted. And that is a requirement by Massachusetts general laws and the Attorney General's office. And can someone explain to me why?
I mean, from
I mean,
accounts.
you have legal counsel. Does legal counsel come in and tell you, listen, this is what's required of you as a governmental body, and when you meet, you have to post meetings, agendas, and when you have meetings, you have to maintain minutes, and those minutes have to be approved and then posted? I take it that didn't happen. But you do have a school committee training. I think that's required, and no one went over the open meeting law or minutes of meetings, or... I just want you to know it was very hard to go back and discern any information about how could this possibly happen, because I don't have access to things, and it was only recently that the minutes of your regular meetings were posted. And I thank my colleague from Ward 3 for calling over to the school department and say, hey, let's get these up, because they weren't posted anywhere. They're supposed to be posted on the city's website. Mayor Carpenter made an agreement with the Attorney General's office that our website, the city's website, would be the official repository of minutes of meetings and agendas, and that hasn't been done, and it made it very difficult to go back and do research. Since the announcement of the deficit, has the Accounts Committee met?
No, we have not. We're waiting on the audit.
Well, since you answered it that way, if you're waiting for the audit, that's going to tell you what happened in fiscal year 23. How do you know FY24 is proceeding normally and that we won't have a deficit and that all of the invoices that are coming into the school department are perfectly proper and should be paid?
Councilor Winthrop Farewell, I just told you we will be meeting soon for the 2024. I mentioned earlier that during the summer we did not meet because the person that ran these meetings was laid off. The person before that person had retired. So again, we will be meeting soon.
And I'm not trying to get into a disagreement with you, but the person who runs the meeting is the chair. You can call a meeting just as we can call subcommittee meetings at any time. And if there isn't someone there to take minutes, then one of the members takes minutes. And I don't understand why you can't hold a meeting.
Because this is bigger than an accounts review meeting at this point. So instead of having an accounts review meeting, what we've done is pulled in Troy Clarkson into every one of our regular school committee meetings, and now we have a finance section of our regular school committee meetings with a whole new approach at looking at every single line item. So in the past 6 weeks, we have done nothing but change the way we do business every single day as a school committee. So at this point, previously, to Ms. Rivas-Mendez's point, the way we received the accounts review information was not, for someone like myself who is used to looking at a P&L every day, the way we received the information from Munis was not easily, I should say, it's not easily absorbed because it didn't give us year-to-date, it didn't give us budget, it didn't give us where we were in terms of what percentage we are in like what quarter of the year. It was very hard to read, and an accounts review, the way it's been done traditionally, This is pre-May. It was always reviewing past invoices, nothing that was coming up. With the help of Troy Clarkson, now we are looking at every single invoice, we're looking at every single line item, and we're going through to see where we need to be, what percentage we should be at this point in the year, so that now we actually have the ability to do what I do in my day life, and that's forecast, so that we are not looking at a deficit in June or being told about a deficit in June at the same time as all of you found out. We're actually able to see whether we're trending to not hit plan by January 1st or at the end of Q1 or Q2. So admittedly, we haven't had an accounts review meeting, but all of our regular school committee meetings since this news broke have been about finance. And nothing, pretty much nothing else.
And I would just respectfully say, you could have done that last year. All you have to do is have a meeting, have someone offer a motion ordering the superintendent to prepare monthly financial reports, and it has to be done. Because you folks supervise the superintendent. You hire and supervise the superintendent under state law. He or she has to do what you tell them to do, as long as it's not illegal, immoral, or unethical. And so that's why I don't understand why there was such a lack of accountability and attention to detail. And here we are. And again, having been there, I know it's hard to tell the superintendent what to do, but the voters sent you there to do it. You have that authority to set policies and to tell them what you expect. Now you do receive monthly financial reports regarding appropriations, expenditures, and remaining balances, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Has the committee directed the superintendent to identify areas within the FY24 budget where spending may be reduced so as to assist with covering the projected deficit?
Yes, well, what I will say is one of the first things that we spoke about with Mr. Clarkson is, are there any outstanding POs that have been not paid in fiscal year 23 that we can look at, whether it's materials, whether it's anything to return, so that we can recoup any of those dollars back. That is part of what this initial audit is. I also want to be clear that one of the things that we were offered was there's a section of DESE, Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, that has what they call Open Architects. Open Architects is a free service that they've sent down. Is it to Mr. Clarkson? 2 individuals that are sitting in his office right now going through every single line item to see where we can make changes. And that's a free service that they're providing for us. And even in the short time they've been here, I believe they came on site last Tuesday?
Yes.
They came on site last Tuesday, and they've been sitting in Mr. Clarkson's office with his team going through every invoice, every blip in the past. I would say we're looking at fiscal year 21 and 22, rolling into 23, and making sure that 24 doesn't have any other mishaps.
Okay, the question was, have you ordered the superintendent or requested the superintendent to go through the budget and to identify areas where you can conserve funds to address the $14 million deficit? That could be staff reorganization, it could be line items in the budget that could be taken for
No.
payment.
No, we have not done that because we have an acting superintendent. And so because we have an acting superintendent right now, his responsibilities need to be running Brockton High School and the district. So Troy Clarkson is working on that with us.
All right, this is your FY24 spending plan. On page 37, you have set aside $1.1 million for, quote, contingency for unknown, unexpected costs and superintendent initiatives. Now, in my experience, that would be called ridiculous. I mean, imagine if we gave the mayor $1.1 million to play with as he saw fit. Do you know if that balance remains? Have there been new initiatives? Have we dipped into that 1.1 million? Because that's a considerable amount of money.
Mr. Clarkson, would you like to speak to this?
me answer the question, Council, more broadly, and then I can get the specific answer for you. And the reason I can get that specific answer for you is because of the information that I sent to you, I think, on Saturday. One of the first things we did working with Dr. Cobbs and his finance team was to try to get a handle on fiscal year 24 spending. And so in the beginning, we created a very basic spreadsheet that just was a direct output of the information available in Munis, the accounting software that both the city and the schools use. And that just gave us, and we were triaging essentially, and that gave us an immediate understanding of what had been spent so far, because now, as of October 1st, we're 1/4 of the way through the fiscal year. We then worked hard, and this has been a combined effort of the school and city finance teams, and some of the folks that work for us have developed, as I said at the school committee, a much more granular report that actually takes the budget, Councilor Farwell, that you referenced, and tries to represent that. The categories in Munis currently on the school side don't exactly match that budget, but we've got a tool now that's very close. So what I sent you over the weekend is both the high-level spreadsheet that reflects spending so far this fiscal year, but then gets into very minute detail in each school and in each of the administration categories, so that you or the school committee or a member of the public can see, and we're producing these on a weekly basis, can see exactly what the spending is to date. So as of Friday, when those were printed, we were just slightly less than 25% through the year. The overall spending was, I think, and I'll pull the spreadsheet up, but it was about 22%. So overall in fiscal year 24, we are below the projected spending in the budget approved by the school committee and funded through, mostly through the appropriation you made. That particular line, I'll have to go back and check that spreadsheet. I don't know off the top of my head. But the overall point I'd like to make to you and to the public who's watching is, working together, we have created a tool that provides both transparency and accountability for this current year's school budget.
And Mr. Clarkson, this is not meant to be a snarky comment. I know it will be interpreted as such. You're closing the barn door after the horse has left, and that's what worries me. And I do not understand how we can send $200+ million over to the school department in an FY23, given all of the options that were available in terms of software, budget analysis. They had the staff, they had a budget director, they had a chief financial officer, they had school committee members who could have asked questions at any time. How are we doing? I need a financial report. Are we running over? Are there going to be any deficits? And none of that happened. And now, and you can't answer this, but now, if I were on the accounts committee for the school committee, and I knew that we had racked up a $14 million deficit, the first thing I would have done was call an accounts committee, call you in there and say, I want to know everything that we can do to grab hold of this problem and make sure that it doesn't happen again. Give us your best advice. And forgive me, I may be wrong. It just seems like, well, it's not really that serious. You know, we'll get through this. And now we have Clarkson, and he's going to make everything right. And I apologize for feeling that way, but that's the way I do. Let me go to another page then. Page 2 of this booklet. And the reason I research this is because I have people calling me about cuts in the music program, and I don't do the school curriculum and things like that. You've got $350,000 certified staff, $425,000 non-certified staff set aside for unknown positions that need to be added during the course of the school year. Now, why wouldn't, like any other department, why wouldn't the school department have to come in and ask the city council for a supplemental appropriation if in fact they had to hire that many more positions? And I don't understand that. I mean, you know what would happen if we ever tried to pass a budget over here like that. I mean, honestly, it just wouldn't. I mean, we would be crucified, and maybe rightly so. I know other people want to speak, so I'm just going to close by commenting on the school committee audit. It seems incredulous to me that the very organization that couldn't handle the money, that ran up a $14.4 million deficit, is now going to audit themselves. I mean, what credibility is that going to have? In state government, when an audit has to be done of the Mass Department of Transportation or some other state office or agency, it's done by the state auditor's office because they're an arm's length away from the very organization that requires the audit. And then you added in community members, and now you're mired down in posting, apply, come in, we'll consider you. Those community members didn't take the same oath of office you did. They're not bound by state ethics laws. They're not bound by confidentiality. They didn't swear to carry out the duties incumbent upon them as school committee members to the best of their ability. And the longer you wait to do your audit, people forget. Witnesses forget. People who need to be talked to about what happened, why it happened, how it happened, their memory fades, and that's just a normal course of being human. And I just don't get it. And if you're $14 million in debt, now you want to go blow more money on an audit that the city's doing anyway? I mean, we're doing an audit over here and an investigation. Why would you go do another one? I would think that you would want to conserve as much funding as you could to try to help out the city, because this will have a ripple effect. The $14 million will have a ripple effect. And by the way, we have received nothing in writing about any of this. The only thing I know is either what I see the mayor talk about at a press conference or we pick up through the news media. Who, if someone can answer this, who announced that it was $14 million? Who told you that it was $14 million?
Do you want to do this one? Sure.
So we're working on two parallel tracks. One, as I just described to you, is to try to closely monitor the spending in FY24 and ensure that the spending stays within the prescribed limits. The second is to understand the full amount of the deficit. That amount of $14.4 million was an estimate provided by the superintendent and the school chief financial officer. So we are working, the folks that Vice Chair Ehlers mentioned from Open Architects and DESE, and Dr. Cobbs and his team and myself and the mayor and the legal department are all working together to try to understand the full scope of the fiscal year 23 deficit. There are several grant funds that fund part of the school operations and some revolving funds. The general fund, of course. Vice Chair Ehlers mentioned before that there might be some open purchase orders that can reduce that amount of that deficit. We're in the process of closing purchase orders, which sounds simple, but there are hundreds, some dating back a few years, that will likely reduce the amount of that deficit. So what I can pledge to you is once we have a full understanding of, and the Department of Revenue is a partner working closely with us, and the city's external auditor, have a firm handle on exactly what that number is, I will gladly share it with you. As I said to the school committee, the first time I appeared before them, we understand that we have work to do to restore credibility, and that's the big we, all of us, but that I pledged full transparency and accountability. So when I learn something, I will gladly share it with you.
Okay, so, and again, I'm maybe it's the lateness of the hour. Boiling down what you said, the superintendent announced that you had a $14 million deficit.
Yes.
Okay, and we don't know how he arrived at that, obviously.
I believe he was relying on his team that was advising him as to what made up that deficit.
Okay. The reason I asked, so that people don't think I'm unreasonable, the reason I asked about looking at staffing or other ways to save money and to offset the deficit. On the city side, we have a human resources director, an assistant director, and 2 administrative assistants, and a diversity and inclusion manager. This is from the school department website. This is the human resource office. There's a director. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 associate directors, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 administrative assistants. Just for the benefit of the public, in FY23, and I'm not going to mention names, but the director of the Brockton Public Schools Human Resources made $186,329. Same salary as the chief financial officer. But it's more interesting than that, because the city's HR person and department, they handle the entire city health insurance, dental insurance, and life insurance enrollment and unenrollment process for all BPS employees, provides information and answers questions about city's health, dental, life insurance from all school employees via email, telephone calls, and in-person visits, updates changes in employee HDLI status, oversees COBRA eligibility, manages all HDLI benefits for retired BPS employees, including one-on-one pre-retirement counseling, monitors retired BPS employees' Medicare eligibility, provides information, monitors and produces required paperwork regarding deaths of retired and active BPS employees, monitors and follows up regarding health insurance, Medicare requirements for dependents of BPS employees turning 26 and 65, and answers questions regarding the city and BPS voluntary benefits for BPS employees. So you've got a director, 4 associate directors, 6 administrative assistants, and yet our rather meager staff over here handles all of that for BPS. And, you know, maybe it's taken this to awaken the sleeping giants, but things have got to change. And by the way, the HR director in the schools is paid about $50,000 more than our city HR director. And I've taken this personally. I shouldn't. I have a lot of pride in the city. I never thought this would happen again. It's a black eye for Brockton. We are the laughing stock of the South Shore. I go into places and they say, did you find that $14 million yet? Did you trip over it? And then the worst part has been, and some of you know I have grandchildren too at the Kennedy School, I have people saying, they all line their pockets with that money. So this little faux pas has really had ramifications, and it hurts. It hurts folks. And I like all of you personally. I have respect for all of you personally, but I think you dropped the ball, and you didn't ask all the questions you should have asked, and maybe the school committee doesn't know the power and authority you have. You tell that superintendent what you want. You tell that superintendent through policies and votes that you take, I want this information, I want it in this form, and I want it easily understood. Because you have that right. You were elected to do that. And I hope you will do it. I hope a lot of good will come out of this, and eventually we'll get by it. But right now it hurts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor D'Agostino.
Good evening. Let me start by thanking you all for being here. This is obviously, I'm sure, difficult, not something you anticipated you would be doing And so I appreciate that every one of you has made it a priority to join us tonight for this. You know, and I want to mention that the frustration that has been hurled at you is obviously understandable, but you guys have definitely taken a lot of abuse in the past month. And so, unfortunately, when things like this happen on your watch, that's what happens. So I think we just have to remember that while we have every right to be frustrated with the committee and every right to ask questions about what happened and when and how, we certainly obviously also have to remember we are dealing with human beings. These are our neighbors. These are people who live here in the city with us. So I'm going to try and be mindful of those things in my questioning. So one of my frustrations is, you know, there are a lot of people that, in my opinion, not just the school committee, not just the superintendent, but we have financial professionals that work for both the school department and over here at City Hall. And I feel like there is shared blame in all of those folks. You know, again, we have the 8 members of the committee, and yes, the superintendent, but we have a lot of financial professionals that work for this city that are paid well. And I just feel like there is, you know, there's blame all around. It's not just on the committee. It's not just on one man. There's plenty of folks who I feel, and it's just my opinion, should have been checking, should have been looking, there should have been safeguards to prevent any department from grossly overspending their budget like that. It shouldn't have been possible, is what I'm saying. You know, and that's why I say, I don't just put it on the 8 of you, because this shouldn't have been possible if the right checks and balances were in place, in my opinion. Others might disagree with me, that's fine. All right, so I think that one of the things that has to, and this is a long step, a difficult step, the road to re-earning the public trust is going to be long. It's not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen in a month. It's going to take time. And I think for all of the aforementioned or previously mentioned folks to start that process, again, it's important to say, hey, we get this happened on our watch. We all have a piece of it, and we're going to do better. And I think that's the first big step that has to happen to get down the road, to start to turn down the road of re-earning the public trust. And then, you know, the accounts committee, have those meetings been televised or recorded, put on BCA? And so I would urge that that would be another big step. And again, moving towards re-earning the public trust. When you have your accounts meetings, make sure that those are recorded, that those are posted, because right now, I think probably I can't stress enough how important the level of transparency is for the public, right? And on our side, I chair the accounts committee, and we've been pushing the auditor to get open checkbook updated, and so the new request was, hey, are we going to put the school department expenses on there? And so she's agreed to work on that as well, and so that we can, again, we can help with the transparency part of that, right? So I have a couple of questions, and I hope they don't come off as trying to be difficult, but I watched one of your finance meetings from April 4th, and it appeared, I obviously wasn't in the room, but it appeared that the CFO of the school department distributed an expense summary report for period 9 of FY23. And there were several items on here that were over budget at that time. Some of them a little bit, you know, not significant amounts. Some of them a little more significant, and one of them that's really blown out is energy costs, and you guys don't control what electricity and gas cost. But what's concerning, and I don't know that you're going to be able to give me an answer on this, I think this is more of a planning needs to be done better by, again, this is where I put the financial professionals back in the jackpot. Because FY22, utilities was way overspent as well. So it seems like we're shorting that budget year after year. And so I think better forecasting there and actually budgeting what it's clearly costing multiple years in a row, would make sense and be a step to also help to avoid these types of things. Then I know transportation was a big part of the issue from what I understand. But as of period 9, that appears to have been at 110%. It wasn't going to get any better. Day school, residential placements, those were all significantly over budget. And I'm not saying you have to do some of those things you're required by law, and we have to get those students the services they need. What I'm getting to, though, is on all of this, was there follow-up from that meeting when you all saw this document, saw where you were year to date, unless I'm misunderstanding the way this report works, and I might be, was there follow-up to say, hey, where are we getting this money from? Do we need to go to the council? Is there, where's this coming from? Because clearly some of these items are really overspent. And so I guess, and if you need to get back to me, I'm okay with that. But I guess my first question is, was there follow-up after this report was distributed, and what was that follow-up?
So that's dated April 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, no. So there would have been follow-up after that, but we hadn't begun closing out the year. At that point, the CFO was still saying to us as a group, we may be overspent in one line item, but we're going to be underspent in another. And so by the end of the year, when we close on June 30th, we should be balanced. Okay. And that's the continuous commentary that was happening with each iteration of that budget book with every new date, until we got the call that it was not budgeted and that it was overspent for possibly $14.4 million. Until we got that call, we were all under the same impression that fiscal year 23 was balanced.
And that there would be underspent items that would make up for the overspent items. And that's what you guys were being told by the folks you rely on.
Correct. Okay. There was example, this year, we know we started out with a very high cost in vehicles because we purchased 6 buses the beginning of the year. That right now in Q1 is at 211%. But the thought process, thank you to Mr. Clarkson, is that as the year progresses, that's going to come down because that's going to be our only spend for the most part with transportation. So that will balance out as the year goes on. But in Q1, it's a 211, it looks like a 211% overspend.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, and I meant to say that too. That's what some of these items certainly are items that come due at a specific point in the year, and depending if you happen to look at the report when that comes due, it's going to look terrible, but you're right, it will work itself out. But some of these items are ongoing monthly expenses,
Absolutely.
So, okay, all right, I appreciate that. We talked about accounts. I don't think that I need to belabor that any more than just saying, I would really urge you, put those on TV, make sure that that is accessible to the public, and it'll just help with the transparency, restoring public trust.
Sorry, I want to speak to that because I do agree with that, because the accounts review meetings tend to be at Central and not always televised. And so, thank you for that advice as well, Councilor Farwell. I think that's a good idea, making sure we get the minutes up in a timely manner, those types of things that I agree with, and it will change.
And I would urge accounts, don't wait for any audits, just start meeting, get it scheduled right away. you know, and especially looking at the 24 stuff, for sure, looking at 24 expenditures. You know, I mean, because of this, our accounts committee, we've agreed we're going to start meeting twice a month for the remainder of the year because, again, we saw this issue and said, maybe we need to dig in and make sure that there aren't other issues on our side, you know? So certainly I would say don't delay. I know you're not the chair of accounts, but don't delay starting to have those meetings. Get those booked and you know, anyway.
Understood.
So, Mr. Clarkson, and I guess I'm having trouble with the timeline. We know that there was some emails that were put out publicly that seemed to set up the possibility that there was a meeting between you and the school CFOs in April, and you were going to go to the mayor a week later. And so did those meetings happen? Is that, you know, did those discussions happen at that time? I'm just trying to get a handle on the timeline, because then I heard somebody mention June earlier as hearing there was a deficit. I think Mrs. Ehlers might have said it. And then we know that was out there, and then we've heard nobody knew till August. So I think everybody wants to understand the timeline of how this all occurred.
We became aware of the 14.4 number for a deficit in early August, after the school year, after the fiscal year had closed.
Okay. When did we know there was a deficit possible?
Well, and I want to be clear, I'm not being flippant in any way with you, Counselor.
Of course.
But it depends on what you mean when you say deficit. And I mean that sincerely, because frequently in any fiscal year, schools struggle with unknown costs for homeless transportation, for out-of-district special ed costs that are unpredictable and cannot be determined from year to year.
Of course.
Going back during the pandemic, the schools incurred costs related to the pandemic that created some deficits.
Sure.
So we had, and when I say we, the school finance staff and myself, I have weekly meetings in my office with the auditor, the assessor, the treasurer collector, the budget director, and me. And most of those meetings always included someone from the school finance office, typically the CFO or the deputy CFO. So the topic of deficits was something that was discussed frequently in that context.
Okay.
We're struggling with out-of-district special ed costs, and they've skyrocketed, the McKinney-Vento homeless costs. But I can tell you with certainty, at no time was a deficit of that magnitude discussed before August. And so when that arose, it was alarming and troubling for us as well.
Right. Right. Okay. And I don't know whose responsibility this would be, so I'm just going to kind of say it as a comment. It is certainly frustrating to, I believe, probably myself and all of my colleagues, that this was never officially communicated to any of us. We found out through the rumor mill and then through the, the press announcements and, and it would have been better if this council was somewhere along the lines officially informed, of the issue, that's all. Okay. And have we had an issue like this before, of a large deficit?
Here in Brockton?
The schools, has this happened before with the school department recently?
Well, so this is secondhand information I'm sharing with you, but we were told that the previous year there were some issues with a deficit, but that those were covered with the concurrence of DESE using existing funds from ESSER, which is the school educational version of ARPA, so that the schools did not finish FY '22 with a deficit because the overruns that they had were able to be covered with existing grant funds.
Okay. All right.
You can't, in Massachusetts, legally end a year, and no city or town can finish a year in a deficit. So I'm choosing my words carefully because I want to make sure that I'm answering you honestly, but that I'm doing justice to the process. And in heightened times like this, politically charged, I want to make sure that I'm standing before you and before the public, answering with brutal honesty, but not creating more problems for us. And so that's why I answered that question the way that I did. I believe when, and this is all documented, I mean, it's available, you can go on DESE's website and see this information, so I'm not speculating, but that there were available funds to help the school department bridge the gap from what they spent versus what they had. So the simple answer to your question is no, but there might have been, but for the available additional funding.
Okay. All right. And I appreciate that you are trying to be honest and cautious at the same time, and I'm sure that there is a lot we still don't know. So I appreciate the position you and the vice chair are in, trying to answer questions with the limited information that you have at this time. So, all right. Can you, I don't know how to ask this without it feeling like I'm trying to be difficult. What level of monitoring was happening, and why or why not, I guess I'll add, of the school department expenditures as they were occurring? Because it's not like they get their own checkbook and they do their thing, and, you know, like, or is there oversight coming from this building on a normal, regular basis?
No, and
why?
Well, when you said they don't get their own checkbook, I've worked in several places in several cities and towns, several towns and a city in Massachusetts. And there is generally, unless there's a specific construct in a given community, that the finances of the municipality and the schools are generally separate. Now, we do have here Chapter 324 that Councilor Farwell mentioned earlier, that was crafted after the financial crisis 30 years ago. But at least since I've been here, that construct has not meant that the city oversees, regulates, or exercises jurisdiction over the school finances. Since the crisis has emerged, I think we have offered, the city has offered an interpretation that in fact Chapter 324 may empower my office to exercise that oversight. And when that was suggested, we acted immediately and thoroughly, and have been working very close with Dr. Cobbs and his team since that day. But prior to that, there was not any oversight. And in my experience, that's not at all abnormal. In fact, that is the norm, where schools and municipalities operate independently. And so That's the way it's operated. Now, we're operating under a different model that will provide an additional level of scrutiny and transparency, and I think that's a good thing. But I think the simple answer is that just wasn't the model all of us were operating under prior to the emergence of this issue.
Okay. Well, and, you know, I know we're kind of Monday morning quarterbacking a little bit here, and that happens when things like this happen. I guess, and you're filling a role, you know, with on the school side right now as well, and I understand that. I guess I'd like to know, will the new oversight that you are engaged in over school department expenditures, is that going to be the new long-term, we're going to do that?
I suspect the answer to that will be developed in the long term collaboratively between the City Council and the Mayor and the school committee. And so I can tell you right now, we are working well together. Tomorrow afternoon, I will be meeting with Dr. Cobbs and several people from the school finance team and several people from the city finance team, and we'll meet for a couple of hours, but we converse, Dr. Cobbs and I, either via email or in person several times a day. We've developed, as I said to you a little earlier and sent to you on Saturday, a level of detail that I don't think has existed before. Mm-hmm. So I'm comfortable standing up here tonight before you and before the public and saying that the level of accountability and oversight is significant, and that the fiscal year 24 budget, I think, is openly available for everyone to view, to see how the money is being spent, in what areas, and whether or not the school department is spending responsibly in this fiscal year. And tonight, my answer to that question is yes, it is. But that's why the Vice Chair said that I will continue to attend school committee meetings, because we will continue to practice that level of oversight, certainly for the foreseeable future, while the overall structure of how school and city finances blend together and what that looks like. I mean, in the long term, certainly, there's an organizational review, I think, that needs to occur about what the positions are and what the reporting structures are and those sorts of things. But that's long-term organizational analysis kind of stuff that we'll all do together, I'm sure. For now, we've dove in and we're just getting the job done, and that's the priority now.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is my hope is that this level of oversight will continue long-term, because, as I said earlier, and I know, again, like I said about Monday morning quarterbacking, but that wasn't in place, and we see, you know, where we ended up. So I think it's important for us to learn the lesson and say, you know what, it's our largest single department, 8%, some 46%, somewhere in the high 40s% of our budget. We gotta, you know, have more oversight. So whatever structural changes you make, I hope will long-term include that level of oversight, because obviously we need to do that, right? If this doesn't demonstrate that, you know, like I said, those checks and balances have to be in place. I said it shouldn't have been able to happen. We need to make sure, I guess that's where I'm getting to, is are we going to put long-term things in place to make sure that this isn't possible again?
I think the simple answer to that question is yes. A more expanded answer is yes, we will, and yes, we have already. I mean, I think we've made significant progress just in the last couple of months to raise the level of information that's available to you, to the City Council, to the school committee themselves, and to the general public, more so than had been available perhaps ever before.
Okay. You know, you and Mrs. Zellers have both said in the past 6 weeks, you've made a bunch of different changes, and you've touched on some of them. Are there more things that have been put into place that haven't come up yet that either of you wanted to share?
Sure. And I will be addressing the school committee tomorrow night in a similar way. And sometime before tomorrow night's meeting, I'll put together a brief PowerPoint that I will share with the city council before I present it to the school committee tomorrow night. But we've also worked together, and this is the big we, Dr. Cobbs and his leadership team, and myself, and the finance people over here at City Hall to put some work into position control as well, both looking at positions that were proposed, vacant positions. Just because a position was vacant doesn't mean that there was money to support it. That's kind of how we got into this situation in the first place. So we've worked to put together a process whereby we over here at City Hall will have some review of proposed positions that are to be filled to make sure with that reporting that I mentioned to you a couple of times already, that we can look at how the current personnel in the school department will run out to the rest of the fiscal year and make sure that if positions are proposed to be either added or filled, that there are sufficient funds to be able to support them. And so that position control has been a big part of what we've done. Meetings don't seem like maybe a big deal, but I think having school and city people in place physically together to be able to answer questions about how processes are different between the schools and the city and how we can try to combine some of those processes. The accounting software that we use, Munis, I have come to learn that the city and the schools used it very differently, that the authority over in the schools was very dispersed, meaning who had permission to literally to spend money. It was much more tightly controlled over at the city, and with the support and the help of Dr. Cobbs, those type of tight controls are now in place on the school side. So it's much more difficult to spend money than it was before. So if anyone, one of those lines that Councilor Farwell was mentioning, if someone wants to spend in excess of those lines, you can legally do that, as long as you're not spending in excess of what we call the statutory category or the overall category. The school committee votes a budget with fewer categories than the budget that you vote, which means that there's greater flexibility to spend money within those areas. But what that meant was that in Munis, you had an ability, as long as you weren't exceeding that large category, to spend money. The ability to do that was dispersed throughout the district. We've pulled that back in, and the amount of people who have that ability has been significantly limited. The reporting is a big part of that. The folks from Open Architects that the Vice Chair mentioned they've been here in City Hall. They are spending most of their time over at Central, but they've been a great help because one of the people from Open Architects actually was both the school finance person and my counterpart in the city of Springfield. So they bring real-world experience, and they're helping institute other internal controls and processes that'll help a more smooth operation because one of the challenges is we want to institute very firm controls on how money is spent, but we also need to allow the administration and the educators to educate the children of the city of Brockton, because after all, that is their most solemn responsibility. And so we're really trying to balance having very strict controls on the spending, but allowing them to do their jobs, and that can be a delicate balance. And so that's something we're working on as well. So really, there's been a significant amount of activity, and I need to give credit because I haven't been doing this oversight alone. My team in my specific office, our budget director, Tiff Casulo, our financial analysts, the city auditor, Irene Giannopoulos, who's worked tirelessly day and night, and Dr. Cobbs and his finance team, because two of their top folks are currently on leave. That's left a gap in the available number of hours for people to work, and his team has really picked up the slack and is working tirelessly. So although dealing with this has been difficult and at times frustrating, one of the very positive things that I've seen is that the people who work both here in City Hall and over at Central have, without question, without challenging all of us, have stepped up to the plate and done far more than they would typically be asked to do, and they all deserve tremendous credit for that.
Well, and I'll certainly say thank you to all of them for the additional effort, and you're right, the auditor, I've talked to her as well, and she's going a million miles an hour like I'm sure everybody else is, and you know, so I know everybody's putting in the diligence and the effort and doing all they can. So I do appreciate that, and I don't want to seem as though we don't appreciate the efforts with our questions, you know. Okay. So I think the reports that you handed us, this is excellent. And I think this will really be a great tool for the committee to really, you know, watch more closely. And so I think this is a great thing for them. So I appreciate, you know, I assume it was you and your team that put this together. So, all right. I think that's about all I have for questions for you, and I think I just want to, you know, and I know other people want to talk, and I don't want to keep going, but my final, I think, comment to the committee, you know, unfortunately, it's known there's been some infighting, and you got to let it go. You don't have to be best friends. You don't. You don't even have to like each other. You just got to be able to get the job done and put that aside. Whatever it is, whatever the issues are, put them aside, because we need you guys to be working as a team right now, you know. And the other thing I'll address too is, you know, I've heard calls from folks, they should resign. I disagree. The last thing we need is 7 new people that have no idea what's going on, what's happened, to start over. That's the exact opposite of what we need. We need you, and I appreciate, because it probably would have been easier, right? You could have, some of you could have taken the easy way out, thrown your hands up and said, I'm not doing this. And you haven't, and I do appreciate that. And again, you know, you're dealing with this and dealing with the comments and the questions and some yelling and coming in here and having to answer questions from us, and you know, so I appreciate that you guys have you know, stuck it out and are continuing to stick it out. There's hard work ahead, and I thank you guys for sticking it out and committing to doing that. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Lally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I feel like there's just so much to say, but also I'm at a loss for words with a lot of this. One thing that I want to start with that we talked about on the City Side Accounts Committee is the upcoming rollout of Open Checkbook, which I talked to the CFO about as well. I think it would be a very, very prudent decision for the school side to have that technology available as well. Open Checkbook will allow people from the general public to log in and watch live the money go in and come out of the department. If, you know, putting that forward. Sorry, I thought there was something funny. I want to take a moment to go through the accounts issue again. I find it wholly unacceptable that the committee was paralyzed by the absence of the clerk of the committee. As you may or may not be aware, the clerk of the city's accounts committee, the auditor, has been out for several months. The interim auditor the deputy of the auditor has served as clerk without missing a beat. So to be paralyzed by something like that is more an excuse than a justification. I also don't know how you managed to lay off the clerk of the accounts committee, but that is a separate item. The prior deficits, the committee had a $10 million, or the department had a $10 million deficit, which, Mr. CFO, you said was able to be patched by other funds. These other funds would have required a vote. So the committee would have had to vote to move that money, which would have required the committee being told as to what the money was being moved for. No?
So I'm wading into something that's not my area of expertise. School finance is not. I believe the answer to that is no, it would not. It would require permission from DESI, from the Commonwealth, to use those ESSER funds. But I'm not certain of that, so I will check on that and get back to you.
And then they could just move money through the department.
Yeah, I believe that's the case. For those to use those, it's sort of like us using ARPA funds. And that's how they were able to address that. So I do not believe that would require school committee vote. But I'll check on that and be certain about it.
Fair enough. I want to take up what Councillor Farwell and I believe Councillor D'Agostino mentioned earlier, my concern about the audit as well. And, you know, Mr. Chairman, I might direct that to you. I'm not sure who would want to take it. But you know, if you get in an accident, if you have a problem, insurance investigates. They don't let you investigate your own accident. Insurance investigates. I don't think that for the purposes of the public trust, we should be allowing any part of the school department to have any participation in their own investigation. Even just optically, it, I believe, takes away from the, you know, the trustworthiness of the audit itself. So I don't know. I know the City Council has filed a resolve, which I believe we've all signed on to request an audit, an independent audit with no contact, prior contact to the city. From the solicitor. Audits are expensive, they're time-consuming. I don't know if I see the necessity for two to pick up what my colleagues have mentioned.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you all for filing this resolve. I also want to thank the school committee members for coming here, because I remember many years ago I filed a resolve to invite Aquaria, and they never showed. So I do really want to thank all of you. Listen, I'm the mayor of Brockton, right? And this happened under my watch, and I understand that, and I'm making a pledge now. We're going to figure out how the hell it happened and take corrective action so it never happens again. Anybody that sits up there, and I was there for 14 years, we know the only thing you can deficit spend is snow and ice, and you can do it for 1 year, and then you have to pay it back the next year. So to answer your question, when did I find out? I got a text on the 8th of August saying you're going to see the CFO from the schools at 1 o'clock today. This was a text I got at 12:30. At 1 o'clock, he's coming to see you about the BHS auditorium. He's going to talk to you about a possible deficit for FY23 because of over-hiring. That's when I found out about it. And then, you know, I have called people. I did call the council president. I called the auditor. I called Lieutenant Governor. I called Commissioner Riley. I had asked Commissioner Riley if he could help us because we need help. We need help, and all of you are trying to help us. So I concur with you. I know you're going to hear from Solicitor Bridges in terms of an investigation that the city's doing. Part of that investigation will also be a forensic audit. What's before the school committee is an external independent audit, a financial audit, and the only thing that the members of the school committee and the 3 community members would have would be to interview the external audit firms that apply for the potential audit job. That's it. And then it's a handoff approach, and the audit is started. But I concur with you, and a question was asked of Mr. Clarkson at the school committee, you know, how are we going to pay for this? And how are we going to pay for the investigation? Now, I'm not going to speak for Attorney Bridges, but the investigation part will be paid out of the law office, law department. But Troy, could you just reiterate again what you said to the school committee in terms of the external independent audit cost, how that would be paid?
So now that you see and will receive regular updates on the school committee's FY24 budget, there are funds available within that budget that have some discretionary ability to them. And so the costs, and I said this to the school committee, the costs for that audit will be able to be paid from the school committee's current budget.
Well, still the question of two audits and the usefulness of two, I think, remains. So I'd like to see the school side review that. And Mr. Clarkson, do you feel that one would be particularly faster or better equipped than the other?
I don't think I can answer that question until we know both who is hired, both potentially by the city and by the schools, what the scope of those audits are. So it's a difficult question to ask at this point, but I'm sure at some point we'll get a clearer picture as to both audits and see in terms of timeline what that will produce.
Thank you. Nope. I don't know how much more eloquent I can be, and I think a lot of this has been discussed, and I don't want to beat a dead horse. I'm sure you're getting plenty of calls on the school side, but I do want to take just a moment to echo Councilor D'Agostino. There have been a lot of problems on the school side with interpersonal relationships, and this has led to meetings that are a little more difficult to watch. This problem, I don't believe, is the cause of why we're here, but I don't think it helps the situation. And I think that whatever's going on needs to be squashed. And it needs to be squashed quickly to right the ship to get through this. It is a little tough to see. Many of these questions, because I've written like a madman on this paper, many of these questions are more financially related, more detailed, and not things that I would expect anyone to really be able to answer now. I think we will probably have people back in to give us more information, and I think a lot of these will have to go to the Accounts Committee. But we're going to continue to keep an eye on this, and I would request from whatever party is responsible that the next time there is something of any kind of significance, the council receive a communication that would be read in this, in one of our meetings, because like my colleagues have said, we have received no official notification that there is any deficit on the school side. And as the people who are going to be the ones asked to move money around to fix the deficit, it would be nice to have that, at least formally, as a heads up. But before I get, lost in things that are not entirely germane to the current conversation, I will yield the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Minichiello.
Good evening. Thank you all for coming here this evening. I've served with many of you. I know pretty much all of you, and I know who you are, and it's very good people. I've also served with many superintendents. Superintendent Nimberkow, Malone, Jerome, Smith, and Mike Thomas. And all those people are good people. All those people thought and acted in a way that they thought was in the best interest of children. But it's all about checks and balances, just like Councilor D'Agostino said. I think part of the inherent issue after serving, again, on the school committee, in not so good times. I was the unfortunate one who had to deal with many budgets that were always in a deficit. And after those finance committee meetings, all the teachers and all the parents would be in the auditorium. It was not a pleasant experience, just like this is not a pleasant experience. But it's the job that we were elected to do. And all I can say to you is that you need to make sure that you're doing your job. You know, you are elected by the people. This isn't a committee where you open it up to, you know, the public and get all their input and have them. In a crisis like this, you need to pull together and come together as a committee. You know, even though you might have differences, but in a case like this is when you really see who you are, the strength that you have, and you are all intelligent, good people who I know can resolve this. You know, part of the problem here is chain of command. In chain of command, we all sort of have, in the schools, have been taught, well, you direct, this person reports to this person reports to that person. So, you know, in a situation like this, to me, you know, there are many people at different levels who were probably aware that there was something odd or different. And you know, so, you know, I think there needs to be a little overhaul of how the system operates in terms of reporting and who reports what to who and when. Because like I said, you know, all of the people involved, I'm sure, thought they were doing the best for kids and were acting in a way to provide what they thought was in the best interest of kids. But there's checks and balances. You know, we don't just get to spend, we want to spend money on this and that, but you need to get approval. There's a process that has to take place. You know, there's financial rigor, accountability. You don't just get to spend, one person doesn't just get to spend on what they choose is in the best interest. You know, the school committee, you know, your role is pick a superintendent, you know, supervise the superintendent, create the budget, monitor the budget, and create policy. You know, there's some things that have happened, you know, that I'm looking at, and I say to myself, well, how was money spent on this without school committee approval? You know, and I guess my question is, you know, at this point, what was some of the money spent on that votes weren't taken, or you know, where did you see some of the money go towards? Or do you know that yet, or can you tell us what the 14 million consists of? And
so that's an excellent question, Councilor, and I will gladly defer to anyone in the schools that wants to follow up. That's what we're trying to understand right now. We do have a spreadsheet that was provided to us by the school CFO and the superintendent. We are trying to validate those figures. I mean, certainly from that spreadsheet, there were several contributing factors, including some that I mentioned a little earlier tonight: out-of-district special ed tuition, homeless transportation costs. It appears at this point, certainly, there were personnel costs that exceeded what was approved in the budget by the school committee.
So when you say special ed costs and out-of-district placement costs, that says to me there are many hands at play. Special ed department, executive team, all sorts of people involved with spending and knowing the impact of these large expenditures. And that's what I mean about command and control, and that, you know, there had to be numerous people that were aware that there was some spending going on that was not planned for in the budget. And some of that spending had to be large sums. You know, with regard to special ed costs can be huge. But if that's the case, then, you know, there needs to be oversight in terms of checks and balances. You know, you come back to, if you know there's a deficit, then you come back to the city council, you talk to the mayor, you talk to you come back to the city council, there's a whole process. It's not up to one or two people, you know, to basically make these decisions, you know, so this, you know.
So certainly, I mean, I can address that. And as I mentioned in response to some other questions, our work is a two-pronged effort right now. You are correct in your assertion that there are several sources of spending when it comes to special education. One of the things that I have learned in our searching for trying to understand how workflow occurred is that there were multiple people who had the ability to override munis and spend beyond a budget. So the audit will determine how much was overspent and what process led to that. And I'll leave those conclusions to the folks who do that for a living. But as important as that is ensuring that we have a system now that does not allow for that. So as I've mentioned earlier this evening, now we have controls in place, very strict controls, that will prevent that kind of spending from happening again. It won't prevent the expenses from occurring, right? I mean, we can't predict what the out-of-district special education tuitions are going to be. But what we have now is a system that's in place where if additional money is required, then we'll know about that and I'll be able to communicate with Dr. Cobbs that the school committee needs to move money from one place to another, or at the very least, we need to inform them that the costs are at a certain point. And just by nature of the reporting that we've created, we will be able to do that. So I think we will continue to progress to understand the FY23 deficit, and we will continue to work very hard to oversee the expenditure of FY24 funds.
I hear what you're saying, but open discussion, vetting, and meetings, subcommittee meetings, where you discuss, you know, the possible consequences of your actions, of your moves, of pursuing a certain theory or a certain plan. I mean, people need to weigh the cost of the potential, you know, pros and cons, especially financial, because the financial costs sober you up very quickly, you know. And, you know, we all have good intentions and we all want to do what's best, but you also have to make sure that you're within your budget, you know, and you know, the more you talk, the more you meet, the more you're not distracted with other things. As a committee, the more you can focus on what's really important. You know, I know you all know that, you know, the best interest of kids, that's how we always operate. That's how this council operates. That's how, you know, we always operate. You make a decision for the best interest of the kids. It's not about your friends. It's not about getting people jobs. It's not about, you know, doing what you want. It's about, you know, the budget and what's in the best interest of kids. You know, and we had to make some horrible decisions. We had to, you know, cut out middle school sports. We had to cut out all sorts of programs for kids, you know, but we wouldn't cross a certain line. But we had to make some tough decisions, and you guys, you know, are at that point, you know. You're going to find your inner strength. This is a time when you got to come together and find your inner strength. It's really going to define who you are. And I know who you are. You're all good, caring people, including the superintendent and the CFO. I mean, I know those people. I've served with them. I mean, I know their hearts, but you say to yourself, how does this happen? I mean, really, you know these people. How does this happen? But it's all about checks and balances. That's what you have to be. You have to look at things with a skeptical eye. I guess someone told me that. You have to have a skeptical eye when it comes to budgets and politics. It doesn't matter if you're friends with the person. You make sure you're looking at it with a skeptical eye and you're asking questions. You have to ask those questions, the hard questions. I mean, we'll get through this, but this is not something that we anticipated, certainly. I can't let it happen again. But there's ways of putting in checks and balances, and you got to make sure that those financial reports, you're reviewing them. I mean, again, Mark, talked about Monday morning quarterbacking, and I don't want a Monday morning quarterback. But when the CFO was out for a long time with COVID, I mean, I don't know what was happening. Whether you'd be getting reports, were you getting financials? We used to get them on a monthly basis, and there'd be a breakdown of net school spending, non-net school spending. So you just got to make sure that your eye is, you really have to have a fiscal eye. Even if you're not good at it, you have to, you take the time to go down to the CFO's office, or go down to talk to the accounting department and figure out how to interpret these things. We, as an elected official, you trust the professionals. That's what a mayor said to me. Not this mayor, but a couple of mayors back. We have to trust the professionals. Oh yeah, we have to trust the professionals, but again, you have to look at things with a skeptical eye and make sure that that what needs to happen for the best interest of the kids is happening. Because like I said, I think there's a lot of hands at play here. I think there's a lot of people, more than just the school committee, and a couple of people who have taken some responsibility that knew things were being overspent because they had to. If you're looking at the books and the numbers, and you're in the accounting department or the financial department, you had to know there was overspending, with certain things, and an elected official is not a financial expert, but you'd have to take the responsibility to try to get the answers. If you're confused or not able to interpret these things, you need to take the time to figure it out, because that is one of the biggest responsibilities, the checkbook. The checkbook, and many of us, including school committee person Sullivan, they were with me, and AZAC, they were with me in some of those horrible budgets. And it wasn't fun, I can tell you that. It wasn't fun. It wasn't fun being yelled at by teachers about layoffs and things, trust me. But, you had to do what had to be done. And, this is something that is a responsibility of all of us. So we're as Mark said, in our accounts review, we're now going to expand it and make sure now, that we see what's happening. We're not going to say, oh, we're perfect over here in the City Hall. No, we're learning just like you, but luckily, we're going to be proactive rather than reactive. And you also have some good legal counsel. You need to rely on that legal counsel, but you can't frivolously utilize their services. We used to have a point person that would talk to the attorney, so that it wouldn't be so expensive having every single school committee person calling the attorneys at every turn. So you need to trust in each other, get along with each other. You don't have to agree with each other, because there were certainly people that didn't agree with me on certain things. And remember, you're just one vote out of 7. No one's got any bigger vote than the other. You're just one of 7. So, we'll get through this, but, you know, we all have to learn from it. So, thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Tavares.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Basically, thank you so much for being here. I know it's a tough situation. This can happen even to you guys or us as well. We all human, we all do mistake, but we all learn from. I have one question, which I'm so confused because I have a son, 15 years old. He asked me this question. He said, Mom, what happened to the principal? He got fired because he stole the money. You know, I was like, well, I don't think he stole the money, but I'm going to get the answer for you. Can someone ask me, like, what happened to him, the principal? Anyone?
Yeah, please. Hi, counselors. I'm Sarah Spatafor, counsel for the school committee. So,
hello, Councilor Spatafor.
Hi. To clarify your question, are you speaking of Superintendent Mike Thomas, who is going to serve as the principal?
Correct.
He's on a medical leave right now. There's been no finding or indication that he's committed any wrongdoing, but we're conducting an audit for that very purpose to determine what happened here, but we have no indication at this point that anyone stole anything.
Correct. You know, that's make all the confusion because the question, like, you know, why now in this Christ? And then that, even from our word, you know, we have people from different culture, misunderstanding, you know, keeping talking about that all the time and ask the same question, the kids. And then, like, you know, as of right now, in the medical leave right now, literally looking more bad. You know what I mean? And then keeping, like, you know, people has a lot of question and a lot of confusion. You know, people always talk and a lot of misunderstanding, stuff like that. But we know nobody stole anything else, but this is just from outside the conversation.
No, I appreciate
which
that.
I feel so bad because you know, I know a lot of students like him, including myself personally, because I always go to Brockton High. He always tour me all over the place. I like the way he does, I'm telling you, and I feel so bad what happened. And I hope nothing wrong happened to him, because basically, like, you know, this is a teamwork. We all can look into what's going on, and then, like, you basically don't want nobody to left alone, point fingers, like, you know, whatever, until we find a solution, okay? You know, I feel the pain, even included herself. People's been having a lot of questions, like we don't know the answer, but I hope we're gonna get the answers together, and together we can find the solution. And then just to clarify, I don't have much question basically today, because I know you guys been, like, you know, so much bounce back and forth. Just sometimes, you know, with the budget here, I see just a couple things, like even with us, sometimes I see other expense. Sometimes I don't like you use word other, because when you use a word other, it's confuse people, because, like, you know, what other mean? You know what I mean? It's just a little clarification. Personally, myself, I don't like that word other. That's why I have it, and then good luck, and I hope everything work well and all the clarification for the public, because in the day we all represent the community, and then we all been blamed together. I think we're all in the same boat. Not necessarily, like, you know, need to blame one another, but work together and find a solution and get through this. And God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Councilor Mendez.
Yes, thank you so much. So going back to the auditor topic, we still have another third auditor at the request of the mayor. State Auditor Diana DeZoglia did accept to do an audit of the entire city, not just the school committee. The school funds, that as I understand.
Madam Representative, Councilor Ledge, I had called the auditor, and then I spoke to her. I also spoke to one of her assistant auditors, and typically auditors for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts do not audit municipalities, cities, or towns. The only mechanism that would allow for that is if the mayor puts in a request and then there's a confirmatory vote by this body. I have not put in that letter yet because it's my understanding in some conversations with councilors that they wouldn't feel comfortable doing that for many reasons. Number one, the idea that the auditor has an office in Brockton, the idea that the auditor has gone to different events of some of us. I respectfully disagree. I think the auditor has a fiduciary duty for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. What I also found amazing is they would cap the dollar amount for $10,000, no more than $10,000 to do the audit. It could be the audit of the city, meaning you could either do a performance audit or a financial audit or both. So I won't ask you tonight. It's not my duty to ask you tonight if you would support that. I have not called her back yet because I have not submitted it. I meet with the council president once a week on Fridays. But if the council does believe that they would like her to do that, I know that they are ready, willing, and able to, and I would submit that letter as soon as you gave me the permission. It would not look good, I don't think, for the city if the mayor submitted it and then got shot down by the respective city councilors. So I just have paused it, and I'll do whatever the city council wants on that. If the council says, no, we're not interested, I will professionally call her back and just explain that to her. So it's sitting in abeyance right now, Madam Representative.
I did speak with her office too, and they informed that their process to do the audit, it takes about a year, which is a very long time that I'm assuming that any other audits that we end up hiring, it's going to take approximately about a year to do an audit at this level. So tonight, hearing the CFO explaining the implementations that the school department is taking actions right now, it makes me feel better, because if we were just all waiting for the audit to come in and the results and then do changes after that, it was going to be a very long time. So I'm happy that that is going on. It's in full force, just going through the procedures and making implementations to make it better, to making sure that there's oversight and that we know where we're at, because I'm sure we're very capable in this city to keep in charge of that. What it's frustrating is that in my mind, when we approving the school department's budget, I always thought that they had their separate account and the money would go there, and somehow I didn't really went into that detail that the money was just coming out of our general funds, out of the city amount. So that is what the shocking part was. No checks bounced, everything got paid, and we are in this huge deficit because it's coming out of the city. Is that finally the light bulb hit on me that that's exactly what happened?
So, Councilor, you correctly identify your role as the appropriating authority, that the schools come here during the budget hearings and you appropriate a lump sum for the school department to do their business. The school committee votes a budget that's more detailed that they provide to you and to the public, but the budget that is appropriated on the city side does not have that level of detail. That's a legitimate question that a lot of people have asked. Well, but the bills still need to get paid, and the bills indeed get paid from the city. But there was a difference. The bills are brought over and asked to be paid. The checks are cut by the city treasurer. But this goes back to what I was discussing with Councilor D'Agostino a little earlier about the role that not just this municipality, but any municipality plays in that process. And at least in my experience, that level of oversight does not extend to monitoring the budget. And people have said, well, but the city was cutting the checks, so shouldn't they have known? Without a specific mandate for oversight and a process in place, that oversight mechanism simply wasn't in place. There were sufficient cash flows, obviously. The checks all got cashed. There was sufficient money to pay those salaries or those out-of-district tuition bills. That is different than the accounting for how that money was spent and the actual how that fit in to what the school committee had for a budget. So that I think, in a very broad sense, was the breakdown and what occurred. And so we're putting in very tight controls so that on the school side, the spending is monitored very closely so that this doesn't happen again. And I know, not only for you, but for the public, that sounds illogical. But I will tell you it's not abnormal. That in the other places where I've worked, ed reform was, I don't know, sometime in the mid-90s, and that created a very clear role for school departments and school committees when it came to finances, and some level of independence. And so we're working here under a model now where, rather than that bright line between the school and the city, and that independence has blended and combined to a team effort to oversee those finances. But I understand your frustration. I share it. As we look to solutions of how to solve this, it will more than likely involve city funds. And so we have worked very, very hard to create a system on the city where we spend within our means and estimate revenues very conservatively so that we can have robust reserves and can have financial stability. So I'm focusing on the solution, but I, along with all of you and the members of the public, share your frustration for sure.
And we are all working together on getting to that solution because it's all for the kids.
Most
and I genuinely believe that everything was spent on the kids, so I don't really have any doubts about that. So it's frustrating that there's so much that we wanted to do in the school department, and there's always money that we need in order to be able to do all the things that we need to do for our kids. And we will get to a solution, whether it's local, state, federal, but we will get through this. And I know there's been a lot of words said here tonight that the fact that we were not notified, the fact that now we feel that the city council, we are all in this together, and I don't think that we should be sharing blames to one department or another, but all of us own this together and carry us through. That's what makes us the city of champions. Whether we're being mocked outside of the city, that's not why we're here. We do this job because we care for our city, we care for the kids, and we take it seriously. So we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to implement proper procedures and methods to making sure that this won't happen, make us much stronger, because obviously it wasn't working how it happened up to this day, to now, but now it's going to change. And going forward, whoever comes over in the school department or city councilors, we know that the proper protocol and implementations will be there in place. And in the end, we're all going to be better coming out of this together. So thank you for all you do. Thank you for picking up this extra role, because I feel we're all picking up additional roles here, but it's just part of what we have to do in order to carry us all through this. And thank you, Mayor, and all of the school departments, members, everybody. And us and the city councilors, that we're going to have to keep on working together to making sure we find money, find our pot of gold somewhere so we can making sure that everything is back in place. But thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be brief. Just a couple questions for you, Troy. And I think Councilor Mendez brought up a good point about the bills coming due, right? So whatever, if money's spent on the children, we got to pay the money. If the projection of $4.4 million is true, then you just kind of quickly alluded to that this is going to have to come out of city funds. Can we talk about that just quickly? When I know we don't know all the details yet as to how we pay this bill, but when should we know? When are we going to have that discussion of where's this money coming from?
So the mayor and I have met a couple of times with the Department of Revenue. One of the first calls I made back in August was to our external auditor. So we've been working primarily with the external auditor and the Department of Revenue to devise a strategy because the city has to close its books. We have to set our tax rate so that we can send out property tax bills. So we have another call actually with the Department of Revenue on Wednesday morning. So our plans are tentative at this point. Whether we have a school audit and a city audit or the state auditor, those entities or those investigations, I think, will provide us information on the how from FY23, but we now have a how in FY24, and we need to close the books, and so we have made a commitment to the Commonwealth that by the end of this month, we will have an assessment of, on the city side, whether or not we have sufficient reserves and surpluses to address that deficit. So both on the school and the city side, both our employees and consultants, we have someone who's an expert in Munis that has worked for both the city and the schools for some time, who's working very hard on this. I brought in, because our auditor is on leave and Irene is our interim auditor, we've had a retired town accountant helping us on the close. So we've really got a broad array, a team of people trying to quantify what exactly we need to do to close the books on FY23. And so I anticipate by the end of this month, we'll have information that we can share with the City Council and publicly about what our strategies are for doing that.
Should the residents of Brockton be prepared for service cuts or anything to that effect, or the city employees for layoffs or anything like that?
A lot could happen in the next month, but at this point, that's not an option that I am anticipating recommending. Obviously, I'm not the decision maker. Those kinds of decisions would be made by the mayor and the city council, but I do not anticipate today that our solution will impact any service cuts on the city side.
All right. I mean, I know we talk about our free cash and our rainy day fund and all of that. It's just so, this is just, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt, and we just got to be prepared for that. Last question. You spoke of fiscal year 2022, that there was a deficit that was filled in by ESSER monies. Do we know what that deficit was? Or is that something you can share with us at some point?
Yeah, I don't want to misquote it, so I don't want to offer it off the top of my head, but as I said, it is available. That's public information that's available. I can get you that number for sure.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilors Texera and I have not commented. We're reserving comment. It's been a very interesting discussion. Councilor Farwell has one last thing.
Just to Mr. Claxton, picking up on what Councilor Thompson just said, and this may explain to some of the school committee members why I'm so bewildered about this, but the information that some of us are getting is that FY22 was $10 million deficit. And if that kind of money had to be moved around, and ESSER is federal money, if I'm correct, and there ought to be a paper trail. So I'm publicly asking you, and if you need it in writing, I'll give it to you. I'd like to see every communication from ESSER to the city of Brockton authorizing ESSER funds to be used for whatever various purposes they were used for, as well as the school committee, the minutes of meetings where the school committee authorized that. Because I would think moving that kind of money wouldn't be just a paper exchange in the chief financial officer's office at the school department. And that's what frustrates me. If you were emphasis if it was 10 million in FY22, then that should surely be a warning sign that you might be going to run a deficit in FY23. And so for all of you here, that's why I'm so frustrated about this. There just seem to be warning signs, but everybody's saying they were all hidden, no one knew anything. So copies of all records from communications from ESSER and copies of all minutes of school committee meetings where these folks authorized all of those financial movements, if they exist. Thank you.
Councilors, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to recommend favorably? Is that what we're doing?
Do I have a second?
Yes. D'Agostino seconded.
Motion's been made and properly seconded to recommend favorably. All in favor? Opposed? Thank you for coming tonight. Thank you.
Dear God.
Item number 15, resolve, whereas as requested and voted by the Brockton School Committee, appropriations were approved for the operation of the public schools for fiscal year 2023, and whereas spending in excess of the appropriations occurred, the exact amount not yet confirmed, and whereas the overspending has broad implications for other departments in the city and for future municipal budgets, and whereas to accurately identify all outstanding issues, it would be prudent to examine both fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 school department appropriations, including specific categories where funds were allotted but overspending occurred. Now therefore be it ordered, the city solicitor, acting through an outside vendor with no prior relationships with the city of Brockton, conduct an audit of the appropriations for fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 2023 provided to the Brockton Public Schools. If sufficient funds do not exist within the law department for this purpose, the solicitor shall request a supplemental appropriation from the mayor and city council for said purpose. Invited Megan Bridges, city solicitor, Troy Clarkson, chief financial officer.
I'm going to hear. Okay, at this time, the chair has determined that discussion of this agenda item in open session may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the public body. Under Mass General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 21, the City Council may move to executive session. The purpose and subject of the executive session is with respect to the litigation position of the public body relative to the item before the council. And so at this time, I'm asking for a motion to go into executive session.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and the motion's been made and properly seconded. And we have to vote by calling names, right?
Azak?
Yes.
D'Agostino?
Yes.
Farwell?
Yes.
Raleigh?
Yes.
Mendez?
Yes.
Costello?
Yes.
DeCastro?
Yes.
Tavares?
Yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
And Emily Berger?
Thank you. So it carries. There will be no further action taken after this executive session. We will not be resuming an open session. Thank you.